The mics are on? All right. Good morning, El Dorado County. It is just a little after 9 p.m. and wanted to let you know that there's a lot of road work on our roadways. And so Supervisor Parlin will be here momentarily. And so we'll wait a few minutes for her to get here and then we'll begin our meeting. So thank you for your patience and we'll see you in a minute. All right. Well, good morning again, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, August 29th, 2023, and it is my pleasure to call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. So thank you for your patience as we begin a few minutes late, and grateful for all the road work going on in our county, but it's also a little frustrating on a board day. But anyway, we're here and we're there. And it is my pleasure to welcome again Rabbi Evan Yakar at the Temple Bat Yam. Rabbi, it is so wonderful to have you back with us. We're just delighted that you can lead us this morning in a blessing.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for this honor of providing words of invocation this morning. And thank you to the Board of Supervisors for all of your efforts on behalf of the citizens of our county. As our students return to school, we are imbued with a sense of hope. Each new school year brings a renewed sense of possibility. Jewish communities around the world are engaged in the final month of the Jewish year. We call it Elul. It is a time in which we engage in a cheshbon nefesh, an accounting of the soul. We consider the past year and imagine ahead into the new Jewish year, beginning on the evening of Friday, September 15th with Rosh Hashanah. This work is really something we ought to engage in on a regular basis. And I know this board is always striving to reevaluate and serve our county well. With this in mind, the school year, the new Jewish year, this moment in time is one of looking ahead. And we are well served when we look ahead even further. The task of all in leadership roles is to be futurists, to imagine not only what will be and prepare, but to also genuinely take into account our role as ancestors and being good ancestors. We ought not wait until we are in that role. Rather, it is incumbent upon us to consider the impact of all our decisions on those future generations. As this board engages and wrestles with its crucial work, albeit sometimes mundane, may you, our Board of Supervisors, discover the fortitude and creativity to imagine decades hence to be on the path of good ancestorship. May this board demonstrate sound decision-making that provides lasting positive impact for all within our county. We pray, Hamakom, may the one who is ever present grant each of us the ability to be good ancestors. May the challenges of envisioning tomorrow's realities be met with open hearts and open minds. And may, as a result of this board's leadership, build our county governance on firm, strong, and healthy foundations. And we say together, Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, Rabbi, for lifting us up this morning. It's so good to have you back. Thank you. With that, Supervisor Heidel, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise and join me. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. With that, we have adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. And I will start to my right. Supervisor Lane, any comments or changes?
No changes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Heidel?
No changes.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Like to pull item number 11 for discussion.
Okay, and Supervisor Parlin?
Pull number 11.
Okay, so. Okay, and then I have a couple of comments. First of all, I would like to just commend and celebrate our staff for item number 4, which is the $24+ million grant for our strategic home hardening initiative that El Dorado County is poised to secure. And it will be in phase 1. And once we get phase 1 done, we will be eligible for the remainder of the grant. But what $24 million plus coming to El Dorado County for a strategic home hardening initiative. So well done. We are leading the way in California, and just kudos to our staff and our CAO's office for making that happen. That's just incredible. Item number 13, I'd also like to welcome our new Youth Commission for 2023 and remind the board that Shadow Day will be November 7th. I know that's a day we always look forward to welcoming the youth to our dais. And this year we have 8 returning students to the Youth Commission and 4 new ones, including a student from South Lake Tahoe, which is just wonderful. I also do have I'll rearrange a few things, so hold on here. I would, as far as the adoption of the agenda, I would like to move item number 32. I'm sorry, no, 31 ahead of 32 to accommodate staff. I would like to make item number 34. That's our presentation from our Office of Wildfire Preparedness. We'll make that a 1 p.m. item to once again accommodate staff. So we'll hear that item number 34 right after open forum. And I'd also like to note that on closed session, we will be hearing item number 39. That is our public employee performance evaluation at 2 p.m. And we will be hearing our item number 40, our public employee item for the Director of Health and Human Services at 3. And I'm thinking that we will probably get items 37 and 38 in between those two items. Yes, and so with that, I'd like to make those changes to our agenda. Is there any comments from board members?
Nope.
Sounds good.
It's fine.
Good.
All right, so let's go ahead and take comment, Kim, on the agenda and the consent calendar.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Morning. Chris Payne, Dennis Springs. 11 is moved, is being pulled. It was 12 that I actually wanted to comment on. So Supervisor Thomas, you're recommending the board to approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing September 2023 as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month in El Dorado County. I thought it's important enough that I just thought that I would read it, and therefore now it's in the record for everybody to understand that this is a proclamation and how important it is to a lot of people. The other part was to comment on item 13. I wanted to note, which I saw in number 2 part of it, that the job shadow day is November the 7th. And so I know a lot of people, myself included, like to come in and see the kids here shadowing you. And so I wanted to recognize that November 7th date. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the boardroom? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, do you need to read the reorganization of the agenda for us?
Please.
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull item 11 for discussion. And item number 34 will be heard at 1 p.m. after open forum. Item 31 will be heard before item 30. And regarding our closed session items, item number 28 will be heard at approximately 2 p.m. and item number 40 will be heard at approximately 3 p.m.
Did you say 38 or 39, Kim? Item number 39 will be at 2 p.m.
39, correct.
Yeah, and 40 at 3. Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Excellent. And before we go into item number 11, I just have a note for myself and for the rest of us.
Notes everywhere.
I know, I do have notes everywhere. That we have a packed agenda. And if you add up all the items, it's about 7 hours on their own. And we often go longer on items. So while we need to have the discussions that we need to have, I also think it's important for us to recognize that where we can be efficient, we need to be efficient too. It's a packed day. And so buckle your seatbelts, here we go. So with that, we'll hear item number 11, Kim.
Item number 11 comes from Supervisor Lane, recommending the board make the following appointment to the Cemetery Advisory Committee. Appoint Leo Bennett Grishon, District Nominee, District 5 Cemetery Advisory Committee.
Supervisor Turnbull, you pulled this item?
Yeah, one of the biggest problems I have with this, everybody has a right to choose who they want to be on their commissions. But when somebody comes back and attacks some of the people that I've put in and on the past in a particular person, and Linda Grimaldi, let's take her for example. Let's take Tracy Doyle. Some of these people, I understand that they're activists, they're conservatives. And the problem is when we attack certain people like that, it's not right. And especially there's been issues, especially lawsuit filed against the county, attempted lawsuit. It hasn't been actually filed, but some of the things that have been going on, it's just not right. And one of the comments was made a long time ago that I remember that Leo stated that Mandy and I should not be on any commissions because we're both activists. So I think there's a problem there. There is. And I just feel that I just feel like I've been attacked a lot with a lot of my people that I have appointed because they're conservative. And I'm sorry that it's getting too political, but it did get political. And I have a problem with that. So that's all I have to say for right now.
Any other comments?
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Lane, you missed all the controversy that we had in 2021, I think it was,
God.
or 20, wait, what year is this? 2022, whatever year George got on the board.
2023.
There you go. We had a lot of controversy about committee appointees. And we dealt with some really difficult discussions. And Leo was there in the middle of all of it, usually making his own comments about George's appointees. And I think that Leo happens to be one of those polarizing people in our county. And that's kind of the type of candidate that became controversial, that we had to have these huge conversations. And often we said, no, we're not doing it. It's too much of a distraction. And those aren't the kind of people that they're welcome to be here and do their thing at the podium. But to be on a committee that is focused, trying to do a job without all that distraction, we just decided it wasn't a good idea. I did put together some thoughts here about, Leo tends to spend a lot of time here at the county, at the podium, constantly disagreeing with our processes and trying to correct them and what he perceives to be wrong with our procedures. February of this year, he served the county with a cure and correct letter, which is the first step to initiating litigation against an entity. His claim actually turned out to have no merit, just like many of his other assertions and opinions about our procedures. I do not want to see Leo appointed to a committee and become a big distraction with his opinions about procedures. I just don't think that we should do that to any committee. And Leo may say, well, I won't do that when I'm on committee, but he's been doing it here for 2 years now that I can think of when I look back in my emails and watch video clips. It's like he thrives on it. So I do not want to insert that into a committee. Plus I'm on this committee and I just don't want to have to deal with this distraction. And again, Leo has commented on past candidates. He has made the statement that people that are outspoken advocates should not be appointed to committees, and he fits that to a T. Those types of folks tend to be more divisive than unifying. So I'm asking the board, please do not appoint Leo to, well, today the Cemetery Advisory Committee, and I'm concerned about maybe other committees that he may be applying for.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
you know, that we're talking about the Cemetery Advisory Committee. I mean, we deal with a lot of really big stuff. This is on a different level. It's trying to fulfill the District 5 position, which I've been actively pursuing since I was given the oath of office. I've asked several people in Pollock Pines specifically if they would be willing to serve, and I have not been able to find that person that would like to. Leo then moves into Pollock Pines, and he first alerts me of a person in our historic cemetery up in Tahoe, whom he believes is one of the 16 unidentified people who are buried up there. So he clearly has an interest in this. It surprised me that he had a name. And we're looking into that right now. There's 21 people buried in that historic cemetery and only 5 identified. So that was very helpful hint of look in this direction. He works with the Golden History Association, and he's an educator. So, you know, this is, in my mind, a good fit. I have the ability to not have to have that history. And I would like to see us as a county get to a point where we're not paying back because of a problem that happened in 2021 or 2022. So I'm evaluating it a little bit more on the surface. I believe that, and I'm just predicting, I have no basis for this, but I believe if I really push the envelope, that this would probably pass today. But I also believe that it's too divisive, unnecessary, not a place where I want to lay my body. And I believe, I won't speak for Mr. Bennett Cachone, but I believe it's not where he wants to place his body either. So let's, you know, try to forgive the past, and let's try to give each other opportunities to move forward and change, because I do think it's possible, instead of the constant retribution that I kind of see. But, you know, to take the higher road, I'm going to move that we table this item, and that possibly we relook at it if there's a new candidate that comes forward. I want to see what the clerk of the board comes forward with as far as committee recommendations going forward, because the Cemetery Advisory Committee is a failing committee at this point. They're having a problem making a quorum. Mr. Bennett Cachone would absolutely be present for all those meetings and help get this back in a good way, but not in a divided way. So again, I'll just move to table this to a future date.
So at this point, we'll take public comment, or it's a motion on the table.
Yep,
Okay.
might as well get a second.
All right,
and
do
then
I
we can
have a
take
second?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the table. So we'll take, county council will take public comment before the board takes action. Yes, all right, great. Kim, let's take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 11. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Leo Bennett Cachone. I support the motion to table. I urge us to bridge the divide, George and Lori. You know how to get hold of me. You know we can talk. There's a little bit of a factual interpretation. We won't get there, but when I wrote the cure and correct, which by the way was upheld in another jurisdiction, I explicitly said, I'm not going to litigation. In an abundance of caution, your county council read it a different way and I withdrew it. I spoke against one of your appointees, and that's behind us, except that we're moving forward with many different issues about January 6th.
I have attempted to reconcile. This is individuals, a member of my faith. It's what the Bible says. Speak your truth and then seek forgiveness, reconciliation, and as the invocation said, move forward. I was very honored and excited that Supervisor Lane honored me with consideration. I went to the last meeting, as you know, Lori. I will be going to all the meetings as a volunteer. We're all here to try to help the county as best we can. We may disagree, but we're all for the same purpose. I loved what was happening there. Got a tour of Union Cemetery. This is just what I do. Got the resolution, the current recommendations, the grand jury report, the 17 cemeteries, the short handouts on all the ones the county manages, all the reports here. And this one's not there. And as a volunteer, I'd love to help with adopt a cemetery because some of our cemeteries like Union are great and some of them will be great. So thank you for today's conversation.
Thank you.
Oh, and I got to meet people from Save the Graves.
Thank you for your comments.
Morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Supervisors Lars Knutson, Pollock Pines. The most controversial person ever to exist is Jesus Christ. One of the most polarizing men that even to this day. And I just come with peace, love, and joy. And the only way I can bring it is from above. And it's interesting, you know how I roll. There's two scriptures. I'm going to show you two sides of Jesus, our Lord. He's got a left hand, he's got a right hand. First scripture, I'm going to read like it was God's left hand. This is Jeremiah 11:11. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, behold, I will bring evil upon them, which they shall not be able to escape. Though they shall cry unto me, I will not hearken unto them. But a good father sometimes changes his mind. He'll actually repent. I was thinking about doing this, but I got humbled. We all need to be humbled before the Lord. And I come in the name of the Lord. I'm going to give you the right hand of God. That's Jesus. Isaiah 11:11. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again a second time to recover the remnant of his people. God bless you. God bless you, Leo. God bless all you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the boardroom? Good morning.
Good morning, Ruth Michelson, District 4. So interesting comments. Thank you, Supervisors Turnbow and Parlin. You know, there's an issue of good governance that some people feel strongly about. They take it seriously. They show up at meetings, and I think it was interesting that Supervisor Parlin put it in a way that Leo shows up and, I don't know, disagrees with everything we do and is kind of essentially a thorn in our side, kind of a comment. And I frame it somewhat differently, that Leo really cares, has a history, a long, long history of being involved in government process. And, you know, none of us are perfect, and you all fall in that category too. And you make errors. And Leo's the kind of person who shows up and says, yeah, guys, I think you blew this, or I think you could have done it better. And yeah, I'm sure it's irritating to you at times because you'd like to just do the, you know, the business of your business, right? So I just wanted to reframe that. And also I wanted to say about Supervisor Turnbull, your comments about past and coming here and speaking up against. When people have come here and spoken against, they had a reason. It wasn't just, I don't like the way they look or what their political party is, but the theme has always been potential association with the Proud Boys. And I take that very seriously because they are anti-Jewish and they are anti-Muslim. And you know that I am a Jewish woman. And I know the history of Hitler, and I know the history of the brown shirts, and I know how they normalized their presence. And that is what it all comes down to. And so for you to use that as retribution and give no basis of why you would be against Leo, just say that he came up against others, so therefore turnaround is fair play, does not seem like good governance. It seems like you should have a reason beyond that. We all had a reason. What would be your reason beyond retaliation? And let's see, I have 44 seconds. So what I wanted to read, because last night I knew this was coming up, and I pulled the Board of Supervisors Governance Handbook. And on page 15 of that book, it talks about what a supervisor's role is on a commission, and they are observers. This is the last part of it, and should not attempt to influence the committee. I think Lori Parlin repeatedly has shown us that she very strongly tries to influence committees. The Human Rights Commission, the Economic Advisory Board, and now the Cemetery Commission. You are there not to try to form who is on the commission. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I believe I am a historian of the Board of Supervisors. People might disagree with that, but I have been around a long time and I do attend meetings. So therefore I know actions have been taken that I didn't agree with. That always happens. It's a question of really on any particular action, whether it's a 4/5 needed or just a simple majority. 3 people have to agree. I'm assuming we have the 3 people today. Certainly, I heard the 2 that commented. They rightfully so. They deserve to be able to comment about how they feel. I know also, because I participated in the Cemetery Advisory Committee, how difficult it is to find people, and vacancies go forever in terms of time. You've done a wonderful job. How you are capturing the West Slope as well as the basin. That's what I believe in terms of your District 5. You have to be that way, and you've attempted to do that today. That's my comment then would be that everybody deserves a chance to do something. And I'm not proud of some of the decisions that you've made in the past as a historian. And I hope with this time off, hopefully not too long, we'll be able to get our Cemetery Advisory Committee at full strength, which I think is critical for their operation. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning, Julie Robinson. I'm sure I've said this 1,000 times. I grew up in Zimbabwe. I spent my childhood going through civil war and, construction of a new country. And it was a very fearful time. People couldn't speak up. There was the concept of if you even said anything against the government, you would die. And so for me, coming to America was a huge deal. I wanted to live democracy. I wanted to see democracy. And that's why I come and participate in this, because it's just such a gift. I'm really, really grateful to have a voice. So I worry that this process of trying to cut Leo out is kind of silencing him. And it's not about him, it's about others too. And that we want people to participate. We want people to put their hands up and say, hey, I'll do it. And, one of the things that I am so impressed about with Leo, besides his compassion and his care, is he's a bridge maker. He wants to hear both sides. He wants to hear people talk, and he wants to hear their side, and he wants to understand. And Andy's also all about inclusiveness and including everybody. And so with the Golden History Days, he climbed right in there. He spent a lot of time with the wagon train people, really trying to understand their point of view, their history, and he's done everything he can to honor that, not to circumvent it or change it, but just give also a possibility for other voices. So it's an and versus a trying to destroy things. I think he wants the traditions to continue. That's how I perceive Leo. So I ask that you accept Leo onto this committee. He's very smart about government processes, and I think we'd be lucky to have him. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants, and I'm going to ask for forgiveness as I'm not going to say this name correctly, but now taking public comment from Frau Schumission.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Dawn Wolfson. Schumission is my married name. Anyway, I just have two brief things to say. One is that the opposition of some of the previous candidates who were mentioned is absolutely not because they were conservative. It's because of their own words and it's because of their own actions. And many conservatives were supported by the same people and not opposed by the same people. So that's just false. Secondly, I second what Julie said. Leo worked with a lot of people on the wagon train, from progressive to conservative and everything in between. And it was a very successful event. I don't believe he will be divisive on a commission. He's a good volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board. We have a motion and a second on the table. Any further comments?
I have one question for Supervisor Lane. You want to table this, but what will be the deciding point as to bringing it back or looking for a new candidate? What are your plans going forward? Because there is a shortage on the Cemetery Commission
Right.
and they have difficulty getting a quorum. I'd like to see them re-energized. So
Right. I would too. And I believe that Mr. Bennett Cashone, it would be, would stimulate that. So what I don't want is a 3-2. I want him to come into this with the blessing of the board. And so I want to give a little bit of time for Mr. Turnbull and Supervisor Parlin to get to where they have to get so that they can get behind this. I also want to give time for the clerk of the board to come back with their report of an analysis of, we have a lot of committees and some are functional and some aren't, and some are necessary and maybe some aren't. So that, I think that process, if that could take place sooner than later, that'll give me also some more perspective as to whether or not this is what we pursue. But both Mr. Bennett Cashone and myself, this is not worth the fight, in our opinion. So we'll put a little time in there. He'll continue to participate as he always has. I welcome his voice and his thoughts as I do any other member of the public. I always learn something from them. So what I would like for the board to do is get beyond this. It's not necessary. It's just a cemetery advisory committee. But maybe this is a good place to just put a marker and learn that lesson, and we'll come back another day.
All right.
Something.
Any further discussion?
No, I just want to say one thing, Jesus says, and I sorry if I'm going there, but he says you need to forgive 7 times 27 times, which is 490 times. And you need to forgive a person 7 times a day. And the problem is if we could all work together to get along, instead of attacking certain people on certain particular sites, because I've been attacked personally and called things that I don't even appreciate, which I'm not. When people judge me for what I am, I care about this county. I've been a longstanding citizen in this county. Our family goes back a long time. And I think personally myself, we have a right to pick who we want. And I believe in that. But when people attack certain people and members and stuff like that of the board and come out against some of the people, it's just not right. And I think sometimes you need to hold your tongue. You really do. And I just like to say, I care about the people that I appoint. There's some really good people that I had on these commissions that were attacked personally, and I just don't like that. So, and I've been attacked personally, especially on certain sites.
Well,
So,
and you know,
anyway.
what's interesting about this to me, and we need to move on because we have
I
a big
totally
day ahead of
understand.
us.
We do.
So my last thought on this is sometimes you just have to be the bigger person.
That's right.
As I just said, I think I could move this forward today, but at what cost? So sometimes we, especially as leaders, have to demonstrate that, even if it's a personal hit. Sometimes it's not worth the win. So there you go.
So with that, we
Let's
have a
vote.
motion and a second on to table this item. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for the discussion. All right. With that, item number 29, Kim.
Item number 29 comes from Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board authorize the chair to sign a proclamation in recognition of September 11th in memory of that tragic day in 2001 when our nation was brutally attacked by terrorists, resulting in the enormous loss of American lives.
And I know this is coming early, the end of August, but we won't have another board meeting before September 11th, and this is an important day for us to remember. So with that, I'd like to read this proclamation that was a privilege to put together. A proclamation of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors in recognition of September 11th, honoring the heroes of that fateful day in 2001. The morning of September 11th, 2001 dawned as an ordinary day. As the hours unfolded, our country was viciously attacked by terrorists who carried out a sadistic plan to murder thousands of innocent people on American soil. Whereas their intent was to topple and destroy our beloved country, the true spirit of the American people was awakened and emboldened by a shared grief and a fierce resolve to put sacrifice over self and to rise up against evil in defense of freedom. And whereas when we remember and reflect on that day, it is our fellow man that is seared into our hearts and memories. Amidst images of destruction, we remember with sacred reverence our first responders who ran in when everyone else was running out. We remember the average men and women who rose up as heroes to help, comfort, or save people they did not even know. We still tremble at the thought of hurried last phone calls, of the unspeakable courage it took to utter, "Let's roll," and the intentional sacrifice that turned an ordinary field in southern Pennsylvania into a battlefield whose victory thwarted untold destruction. And whereas September 11th, 2023 marks the 22nd anniversary of that day that united our nation, renewed our national pride and true love of country, while it redefined the sacred role of a patriot to the cause of liberty. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby proclaim September 11th, 2023 as a day to honor the heroic service, actions, and sacrifices of the first responders, law enforcement personnel, community members, volunteers, and countless others who ran to the rescue of the innocent victims of September 11th, 2001. May we continue to bear witness to their sacrifice to our children and grandchildren, making sure that their stalwart bravery is known and remembered as a sacred sacrifice, recognizing that freedom is won at an unspeakable cost. And now therefore be it further proclaimed to recognize the valiant service and sacrifice given each day by members of our armed forces, diplomatic services, intelligence agencies, Homeland Security, and El Dorado County public safety personnel and first responders, who are all on the front lines, defending the security of our nation, our county, and our daily lives. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors this day, 29th day of August.
Just want to make a comment. Our little church in El Dorado, Old Active Church in El Dorado County, over 164 years old, rings that bell September 11th at noon, 11 times to honor the people that lost their lives on 9/11.
Thank you for that. So as usually as our protocol, we'll take public comment, then bring it back for the board for final comments and adoption. So let's take public comment on this item, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Hi, Leo Bennett Koshan. Beautiful proclamation. I hear other words. I hear words from the first responders that survived and are still struggling with the health consequences. And you heard the invocation, and it's just hard in our government process. And I'm sure we're all aware of it at the federal level, how hard people have to push to be taken care of. Those are the heroes also, day by day, week by week, month by month, carrying the consequences. I feel for the people that died in the war on terror. Unspeakable horrors were unleashed by our country. My relatives fought in prior wars and survived, and also participated in atrocities, carpet bombing from 30,000 feet. This whole conflict thing, which is what we're all too much stuck in, is what we need to learn. And I just urge you all, as we think about what was lost that day and continues to be lost, and my daughter in New York who goes by Ground Zero every day, we need to get beyond all these divides. So George, give me a call.
Okay, I
Thank
will.
you.
Thank you. All right, Kim, let's go online, please.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board for adoption.
I'll move and approve.
Second.
I would like to make just a brief comment. 9/11 clearly changed the whole history and future of the United States of America, from our economy to the responses, to the people who lost their lives and loved ones, to the realization that we need to take care of people who expose themselves to those kinds of conditions and make sure they're well taken care of. Unfortunately, our government's not done a great job at that. So it relies on nonprofits and other organizations to do that. So I would just encourage anyone that has the ability to contribute to those nonprofits that are helping those who are survivors of 9/11 or our skirmishes, our incidents, our wars, whatever you want to call it, because they have truly been overlooked by our federal government in terms of the proper care and assistance that they need. But private organizations have stepped up and done that. So I'm very proud of that, and I contribute to a number of those. And I would encourage people to do that, because that's the way we help them.
Well said. All right, any other comments? All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, with that item, Kim, let's read item number 31, our workshop.
Item number 31 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation on traffic impact fee program and how it interacts with the capital improvement program and transportation processes. And 2, provide direction on whether transportation should perform further analysis of specific intersections that could potentially show justification for safety improvement projects that could be added to the CIP TIF program.
Good morning, Raphael.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. On June 6th, the Board of Supervisors passed the CIP, Transportation's Capital Improvement Program. And as part of that passing, there was a lot of questions in terms of projects, justifications, the program itself, how it's funded. And so the board requested that the Department of Transportation come back, especially now that we're on the cusp of starting up the major update, where we go through a year and a half of data, information, studies, analysis, basically to give an overall understanding and nexus, overall review of our program for the board to adopt and rectify every 5 years. We felt that it would be a benefit to have a CIP TIF 101 for beginners. So basically go over what you can expect over the next year and a half in terms of data and analysis, so that you have a good understanding as to what questions to ask, what to expect, what to see. And then we can start off on the right foot in terms of is there anything in particular moving forward with that. So here today, I have my senior traffic engineer, Zach Oates. He's going to be giving a presentation on what to expect for our major update, as well as a basic overview on the TIF and the CIP program. So with that, I will pass it over to Zach.
Welcome to both of you. We're glad you're
you.
walking us
Yeah.
through this today.
Great. Thank you very much, Raphael. Yeah, if we could get the presentation, Kim. Thank you. Very good. So as Raphael mentioned, we're here at the board's request following the adoption of the CIP last June to give a little presentation on the TIF and the CIP. Next slide, Kim. So just a quick look at a couple of the high points we're going to talk about today. In addition to the TIF and CIP, we were also asked to do some analysis and take a look at a few of the projects that were removed from the TIF program and the CIP following the 2016 major update. So we'll touch on those. And then DOT has also come up with a proposal for the addition of some safety projects at certain locations throughout the county. So we'll cover that towards the end. So next slide, Kim. There we go. So I'd like to start with the kind of the why we have the TIF program. And essentially, the general plan requires in policy TCXB that at least every 5 years, we prefer a TIM fee program specifying roadway improvements to be completed within the next 20 years to ensure compliance with all applicable levels of service and other standards in the general plan. And policy TCXC goes on to say that developer paid traffic impact fees combined with any other available funds shall fully pay for building all necessary road capacity improvements to fully offset and mitigate all direct and cumulative traffic impacts from new development. So essentially, the traffic impact fee is mandated by the county's general plan, and the purpose is to achieve the adopted level of service standards that are laid out in the general plan. Additionally, the TIF program was created in compliance with the Mitigation Fee Act, as well as via local initiatives, Measure Y and Measure E. You can see there, implementation statement 3 from Measure E says that all traffic impact fees are required to be paid at the building permit stage. And general plan implementation measure TCB requires us to revise and adopt the traffic impact fee program for unincorporated areas of the county and adopt additional funding mechanisms necessary to ensure that improvements contained in the programs are fully funded and capable of being implemented concurrently with new development. All right. So that's kind of the why we have the TIF program. Now we'll kind of go through the definitions, the what are the CIP and the TIF. The capital improvement program is essentially a planning document that identifies improvement projects that the county intends to build over a certain time frame. Per the general plan, that's 20 years here in El Dorado County. And the CIP includes a general scope, construction schedule, costs, and funding sources for each project. Additionally, the CIP breaks those projects down into a current year, a 5-year kind of bucket of projects, 10-year bucket, and then the 20-year planning horizon bucket of projects. So a traffic impact fee is essentially a fee that's levied by a local government, which is used to provide public infrastructure or services needed to accommodate new development. Traffic impact fees cannot be used to address existing deficiencies. It is purely the effects of new development on the roadways. Our impact fees vary by location, quantity, and the type of development. And when we say development, we're talking about anything that adds traffic to the roads, whether it's a new grocery store, a new gas station, a hotel, or even one single family home. And as I mentioned a little earlier, we're required to meet the findings of the Mitigation Fee Act when we do our major update every 5 years, as well as our annual reporting. So this slide is a pretty good visual representation of the relationship between the CIP and the TIF program. I like to think of it as going back to elementary school, and you think of, the all squares are rectangles, not all rectangles are squares kind of analogy. And that all TIF projects are CIP projects, but not all CIP projects are TIF projects or are funded by the TIF program. It's another way to think of it. And this is another good way to look at that, the CIP projects are funded from several different sources. The TIF program is one of the main ones. We have the MC&FP, and then state and federal grants such as CMAQ, the STIP program, active transportation program, or the highway bridge program, just to name a few.
Zach, should we ask questions as you go through or wait till the end?
Yeah,
What's your
feel free to
preference?
stop me. Otherwise
Okay,
I'll keep
so
rambling.
I'm looking at this chart and I don't see different sizes and bubbles because I got to believe that the CIP, the majority of it comes from the TIF, but I don't know that. Is it 60%, 70%? How much comes from MC? And just rough breakdowns, because sometimes you show a bubble that's
Sure.
small or a pie chart or something that gives you the visual impression. Oh, the majority of this is TIF.
Sure.
That's what I'm trying to determine.
Yeah, I don't have the precise percentages right in front of me, but the TIF program does provide a very large contribution into the CIP projects.
Okay.
And just for one aspect that I'd like to add to that is that back, I'd say about 10 to 15 years ago, grants were actually a bigger portion of our
Right,
CIP program.
and they're
I mean,
shrinking.
some of the projects that we had gotten for in the past, the freeway widenings, the interchanges, the off ramps, on ramps, and a lot of the CIP projects that the state of California was funding that were capacity opportunities no longer are available. So those numbers have been dwindling. And in the last major update, we actually reduced the number of grant funded projects that we felt was reasonable to a lower number so that the TIF fee was more relatable to what actually we were going to be getting back, should be getting back from developers to pay for infrastructure that we were getting.
And for instance, we know MC&FP because of another board item, it generates about $1 million a year. I mean, that's a pretty small bubble in this overall thing, right? So I would appreciate just understanding benchmark, current time frame, whatever it is. What are those percentages? So we get a feel. And then going forward, I think we can anticipate that grant money shrinking up because that's what we've seen in the past. And I'm not asking for a projection. I'm just saying as you look at this periodically, I think you're going to see the size of those contributors vary. And yet we have a big demand basically for capital improvements. So how do we do that? And you're going to get to the safety project discussion.
And that's a good
Wait for
point.
that.
I will make a note that as part of the major update, when we go through it, that we present to you over the years what that number has looked like. And I see Woody Deloria is here, and he has assisted us with a lot of grants in the past. So we will work with EDCDC to find out what their projections are for future, because they work very closely with the state. And we have records of what we've received over the past years in terms of grant funding for our projects. Definitely.
Excellent. Thank you.
That'd be
Got it.
helpful context.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say one thing, Raphael. I mean, we lost a lot of money when we don't have logging in our county anymore because we're anywhere from 10 to $15 million a year. But not only that, it was impacted our schools too, because there was a lot of money that went to our schools too. So like I say, I understand the grants and stuff, but how much of percentage in grants right now that you think that we have lost? Can you give me a kind of a percentage?
Unfortunately, I can't right now. That is definitely something that we would have, because the grants are coming in now, but they're coming in for other aspects. So they're coming in for more roundabouts, more complete streets, more pedestrian and bike oriented programs. So they're still coming in, but they're a different flair. So I would definitely have to work with Woody and with my staff to find out and see what the state of California is coming up to in terms of opportunities for the future. I can't give you a percentage right now. All I could tell you is that the capacity improvement grants that we had 10 to 15 years ago were much greater than they are now. Much greater.
Well, especially when roads are our number one asset in this
They are.
county. So
Agreed. Yeah.
Raphael,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, actually, before
ahead.
we get off this point,
Go ahead.
I do want to, it was interesting I had a SACOG Policy and Innovation Committee meeting yesterday, and we had a legislative update. And it was interesting that our lobbyists said at the federal level, that there's now been a shift, and there's going to be that most federal money will now be grant allocated. There's been a shift at the federal level. There'll be less direct allocation to states to distribute, and more direct money to cities and counties. That's a good news. The
Yes.
bad news is, though, it's through grant allocations, and Woody will be able to articulate that more. But I think that your grants are a fluid thing. It depends on the administration. It depends on their agenda. And like our staff said, it's for different types of projects. So I think, it's a fluid thing. But I thought that was an interesting update yesterday, that more federal money will now be grant allocated. So
Going back to the timber thing though, Raphael, isn't it true that most of that goes into road maintenance funding when we get timber? It's not capital improvement.
that
'cause we're
was,
not doing
yes.
widening expansions or whatever, right? So it's a different category than what we're talking about. here.
It is. Sometimes we do some maintenance CIPs, but yeah, you are correct, Heidi.
Okay, thank you.
but I think a helpful update next time this comes back as to
Yes.
what portions we get our revenue from would be helpful.
Right.
Okay, great.
Just a quick follow-up. Why is not tribe funding one of the bubbles?
Because tribe funding is, it has been for CIP, and my eyes can't read that blue bubble, the lower one,
It
development
says
programs, reimbursements.
Reimbursement and
Okay.
development.
So it has been in the past. As of the last few years, we've shifted our direction in terms of the usage of tribe, in terms of the board has, in terms of its direction and where it should be focused more in terms of maintenance projects. But yes, tribe has in the past been part of the CIP. So it could be one of these. As a matter of fact, in the past, we've also had general fund as well. So it's anything that we've had, and road fund has as well. So anything that is discretionary funding has been part of the CIP. It's just, these are the major contributors.
Okay.
So this slide, we'll get into talking about our annual updates to the CIP and the TIF programs here. It shows roughly a 5-step process. And we'll kind of go into each of these steps in a little more detail here on the next slide. So every year when we begin work on updating the programs, we'll take a look at the current permit activity. We'll take a look at the most recent 10-year permit history and determine if that's still accurate and still applicable to the world we find ourselves in. That used to be an item that was brought before the board every year. And back in November of 2017, there hadn't been a lot of changes for the previous 10 years, and the board directed staff to only bring back that item if we see any major shifts in the landscape to date, which we have not observed. Going on to the next step there, transportation works with our fiscal and finance departments to figure out and estimate the revenue that we're going to be getting from the TIF program. And we use that information to prepare an update to the CIP, which is then presented in a board workshop. We typically aim for the March timeframe, where we highlight any changes to the CIP, whether they be budget estimates, schedules, or if we're adding new projects or removing projects from the CIP. And before we hit any of the other points, we can go to the next slide, Kim. I want to spend just a little more time on the growth forecast. This is a slide that probably looks very familiar.
Projecting into the future, right?
Yes.
It's tough.
Yes. If we had a crystal ball, forecasting would be easy. And there are consequences if we go too high or too low. And just to touch very briefly, if we forecast too high, next slide, Kim, sorry. Thank you. If we forecast too high and we end up with less development, fewer permits, fewer contributions to the TIF program being received, we can now find ourselves with a lack of revenue to complete projects that were programmed. And we could potentially be adding new CIP projects that might result in an inability to repay current obligations. Whereas on the other end of the spectrum, if we forecast too low, next slide, Kim, thank you. If we forecast too low, development projects are conditioned to build improvements up front, which could cause some bottom line issues for those development projects. And the county may lose the opportunity to include additional roadway projects, which might actually be necessary if development comes in at a higher rate than what we anticipated. And we put this slide together to kind of provide a visual explanation of our average annual countywide growth rate. I know that there's been a lot of questions on that in the past. And essentially, what we like to show is that you'll see some of the bars are above our growth factor, some are below. We're not, when we do our modeling and our major updates, we're not anticipating that every single year we're going to have 0.7% growth rate across the county. Some years it's going to be higher, significantly higher, and then we'll find ourselves hitting a plateau and getting back on pace with where we're expecting to be. And other periods will be below before we hit a little growth spurt. But one thing that's important to note that if we're growing faster, we're not anticipating that growth is going to exceed what was modeled, what was estimated and projected during the major update. It's just that growth might happen sooner or potentially later. But a short period, for instance, if you look at the first 2 or 3 columns there, we're slightly above the line. We're not expecting to exceed our projected growth based on a quick start like that. We still are stuck with the land inventory and supply and the zoning and land use designations for the general plan. So that's one point we wanted to touch on there.
And I just wanted to also touch on the fact that we work extensively with planning to find out exactly where we are at with our projects, our parcels, densities, the general plan as a whole, and what their forecasted anticipated either growth for population or number of units is still going to be. And based off of the number of years that we have to get to that point, that's how we come up with this graph. So as Zach said, some years, because either the market is at a good point and those projects are poised to be profitable, developers will have a really good year. And so then it sends a false message that the growth rate should be much higher. But it's because it's either low-hanging fruit or the market is really good. It's still not going to exceed what our overall general plan states our population will be in the county. We project for the long term, not for the minor dips or peaks that come with any market variation.
Could you break this down? I'm assuming this is single family residential growth. It's not multifamily growth and it's not commercial, correct?
This is working very closely with the planning department in exactly what each zone is density is planned for. So whether it's multifamily or single family, it doesn't matter. It's exactly what our general plan is dictating in collaboration with the
So
planning
it's
department.
housing units only. It doesn't include commercial.
Yes.
Because Tractor Supply is a great addition to our community in El Dorado Hills, but it does generate more traffic.
Yes, it does.
Right.
Yes, it
So
does.
there has to be considerations of how do we make sure that those types of growth factors are included. And I know they pay fees, but we also need to look at things like, exit lanes, right ends and those kinds of deceleration, acceleration lanes, I guess is the proper way to put it. Because wherever you put those locations in that may not have a stoplight, this one does. So that's fortuitous. Then you have to consider that part of it. But we need to look at the whole growth picture is what I'm trying to say. And when we're talking about 150 apartment units being put in, that's a significant growth factor for a given area. And there's several of those proposed. So how do we weigh that versus single family residential versus the commercial? Do you have multiple curves that show you that for each of the three?
So the traffic demand
zones?
model takes that into account, takes all
Okay.
the zones, commercial, retail, family dwelling units, and says, okay, this is how that is all going to interact based off of your population as well as your zone, retail, commercial, and industrial. So all that is taken into account. I mean, obviously, our growth factor does also play a major contribution to that.
Right.
But the traffic demand model is then that additional layer of extra analysis that gives us our variations that could be foreseen in any corridor or any road, depending on, once again, what that area is zoned for. So yes, it does take that into account.
So this is a notional chart looking at the whole county. If we look zone C only, we'd see substantially different numbers than this in the planned growth, right?
Correct.
Do we have those kinds of projections available? I'm not asking for them today.
We do.
Okay.
And so the way that kind of works, and we'll get into it a little more detail later, if you'd like. Essentially, when we do the major update, we'll come before the board. We have an economic consultant that looks at historic trends with growth rates. We'll provide your board with several different options to discuss and ultimately make a decision on which rate we would like to use going forward. We'll then go back and use the travel demand model to update all the baseline information, number of new dwelling units, number of new retail projects, and all that will all go into the model. And when that comes out, we'll present the board with where we would recommend allocating the new growth based on that new growth rate.
Okay.
And so, and again, it goes back to the countywide average growth rate. If you look at El Dorado Hills, there's going to be a lot more development there than if we look up in Georgetown. And so while we say the countywide average growth rate, it is not specific to one location or another. Those
Right,
growth
got it.
rates will
It's a blend.
will
Yeah.
vary quite a
Okay.
bit.
Thank you.
I got a question. Some of these projects and stuff, let's take the El Dorado Hills interchange, for example. The problem is, bottlenecks down to one lane, especially when you're going east, or what would be north, I guess. And the problem is, what I don't understand is why can't we plan more for the future, especially like that? Because what happens now with this project done, we got to come back and fix it, which costs more money. Do we look towards the future to make sure we plan it correctly before we do these projects?
So yes, we do supervise. So, and the reasoning that we portion off or phase some of our projects is because we want to make sure that we have enough gunpowder for future projects. So if we were to, let's say, complete that interchange to its full capacity that is in the 20-year, then what could happen is we might not have enough funding to mitigate level of service flaws down the road for other projects that are going to be either at failing in the very near future or within the next coming years. But yet at this point, with the funding that we have now, we can mitigate that location with an acceptable level of service C or B or C or D at that time, and then hopes that we can maybe get grant funding, which actually we do have some grant funding for that location right now. And right now that location is operating at an acceptable level of service. I mean, it's at level of service C and D. And if we were to have expended our funding in the TIF to have built it up to its full capacity, we wouldn't have been able to do improvements on, let's say, Saratoga or on El Dorado Hills Boulevard or some of the other projects that were at the cusp of failing in level of service. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to, back to the crystal ball, determine, okay, how far do we have to go on any particular project to just get us there so that then we don't expend all our funds in this one location and then not have enough for any other aspects throughout the county. And that's the difficulty, because sometimes the crystal ball isn't right or perfect, but we try to get it as good as we can with the information that we have at that time. But that's a great question. Thank you.
Well, and it is to me, because it's kind of frustrating, because you spend all this money on this project and you got to come and redo it and spend more.
That is
So-
true. That is true.
And that's what really bothers me a lot, especially we're just wasting money, especially doing the project over again. So I think we need to look into it and plan for the future and make sure that we have adequate grant money to be able to complete these projects.
Sure. Okay.
And we'll touch a little bit more on how we look at the projects and identify projects as we get a little further into the presentation here.
Sounds good.
All right, so back to our cycle of the annual updates here. Our program updates following the board workshop every March. We'll take the board direction, make any tweaks to the CIP. We'll update the TIF program based on the construction cost index. We'll do the inflationary increase to projects that are in the out years of the programs, if you will. Any of those projects that are in roughly the 5-year bucket, those are usually out with a project manager, the design team, and they'll update those project costs based on real world costs on recent projects and trends that they're seeing. And then we will take the CIP after we make those adjustments. We'll take it to the Planning Commission for a finding of consistency with the general plan before ultimately being back in front of the board for final adoption. So that kind of sums up the annual update process. Next, we'll get into the 5-year major update. And again, this is required at least every 5 years by the general plan. And the steps are a little bit different. Next slide, Kim. But essentially we start, as I was mentioning, we hire an economic planning consultant to work with long-range planning and our housing folks and look at trends over the past 10 years or so and come up with some options for growth rates, growth factors to be considered by the board. Once that is decided upon and direction given to staff, we'll use that growth rate to identify locations in the county, the community regions where we want to allocate that growth. And once that growth is allocated, we use all of that information as an input into our travel demand model. Getting a little ahead of myself here. If we go to the next slide, Kim. We'll use all that information as inputs into the travel demand model. And upon running the model, it will identify locations that have level of service deficiencies that are not consistent with the standards in the general plan, and flag those as improvement projects that are necessary to handle the new development that's projected based on our growth rates and which community regions that growth has been allocated in. It also will identify a time frame on when those improvements will be necessary, whether they, which bucket of the CIP they need to be in, whether it's the 5-year, 10-year, or the 20-year.
Let me ask, on the travel demand model, are we happy with the fidelity of that, looking at what the forecasts are, and then things like Saratoga Way come in, and are we adjusting the parameters within that model to better fit what the reality is, as opposed to, it's an algorithm, it's a code and it needs to be updated when you get new data. So are we doing those kinds of things with intersections like Saratoga Way and Eldorado's Boulevard?
Yeah, we are. And again, it's a little tricky and can be slightly misleading when you look at the travel demand model. It's a strict linear projection from where we are now, our 2018 baseline out to 2040. So again, we might see those traffic levels jump. And again, we'll have a couple of graphs coming a little later that will kind of show this a little more clearly. But just because our our volumes are a little higher, maybe in 2023, than what that linear projection shows, we're not anticipating them to exceed the 2040 volumes. And
the question always revolves around intersection traffic demand versus road segments, right?
Sure.
I've always felt pretty good. We do good with the road segments. I'm not so sure we do well with the intersections. So
sure.
Do we think the fidelity today of those intersection traffic demand model predictions are fairly close to reality when you look at the history of it? Because that's one of the things you always have to do, is go back and recalibrate the model when you get new data, because not everything is perfect when you start, right? You refine it, you refine it, you refine it.
Sure. Yeah. And again, that's something we do as part of the major update every 5 years. We are constantly working with consultants that are very involved in the model. We have our peer review consultant that assists us in all the traffic studies that is very involved with that. So it's constantly being checked. And it's something that's been peer reviewed and reviewed very thoroughly.
Okay, very good.
But to that point, we do have a treat for you at the end of the presentation that's going to address
ice cream. No.
Oh, okay, fine. Next time I'll bring ice cream and cookies. But we'll address what Zach was talking about, where sometimes we do have an increase in the traffic volume that might not need a full complete redo of the entire intersection, but just minor tweaks to it.
Right.
And that's where we felt we came up with a great solution as to a middle point to be able to accommodate and anticipate and mitigate for those modifications, where when we do have increases that maybe came up a little bit higher than we anticipated, how to mitigate for that. So that will come toward the end of this presentation.
Thank you.
We love options.
Yes.
Sounds good. Can't wait.
All right. So just to touch on a few of the highlights from the TIF program in the last major update that was approved in December of 2020. We added a couple of additional categories for single-family houses. There was a state law that was passed that said we're going to have to start looking at them by size, by square footage, rather than just one single-family dwelling unit. So those changes were incorporated. The board voted in 2019 to keep an age-restricted category for housing. We've talked about a lot about the growth rates. The board also gave direction to classify cannabis as an industrial use and to continue the current category for wineries. And then also one of the more significant changes was going from the 8 zones down to 3. So our next slide here, I believe, is a map of the new TIF zones that cover the west slope. Zone C was formerly Zone 8, the El Dorado Hills area. Zone B combined zones 2 and 3, and Zone A was the remainder there. So looking into the recent past and looking forward as we go here, like I mentioned, the last update was in December of 2020. We did our CIP, our annual CIP and TIF updates this last spring. That additional analysis for specific CIP projects that will be coming to you later this fall. We'll also be getting started on the next annual updates towards the end of this year into the spring for presentation to the board. And as Raphael mentioned, we're going to be getting started on the next major update and hope to begin presenting some findings from that by the end of the year. Next slide, Kim. So also as requested during our CIP adoption item this past June, the board asked for an update on CIP projects that were removed following the 2016 update along Bass Lake Road, Green Valley Road, and White Rock. So these were the 3 projects that were removed. The Bass Lake 2 to 4 lanes for the entirety of its length. Green Valley Road was a widening project, and White Rock was going to widen 4 to 6 lanes from Latrobe all the way to US 50. So this slide is a little small and hard to see, but it gets into the most recent volume data we have from within the last 6 months to a year, roughly, for different sections of Bass Lake, Green Valley, and White Rock. We show level of service thresholds and then current AM and PM peak hour levels of service, all which were within the acceptable range based on the thresholds in the general plan.
Would you speak to the top one at South of the Country Club Drive, the level E? Because we have projects that are being proposed out there. We have new growth on Bass Lake Road. Is that a constraint driven by the Caltrans intersection? Or is that really the road segment? Is it an intersection level of service E or a road segment level of service E?
So these thresholds here are based on roadway segment.
Segment only. Okay. How do we deal with the intersections?
So those are looked at as projects come in and propose whatever it is they'd like to do. That's addressed during review of their traffic studies. They'll do turning movement counts. We'll estimate trip generation for a project, where we're going to distribute that traffic, where that traffic's likely to come from and go out to. And then we'll run that through more detailed models that are more geared towards intersection analysis and micro simulation and that kind of thing.
Okay, appreciate that.
Actually, I do have a follow-up question to that. So these are, existing traffic counts and level of service, the associated level of service. Now, there are many projects underway in that area. At what point do we take those under account to look at level of service and traffic volumes? So would that be in our next update once those projects are built, or when does that come into play?
Sure. So when we do our major update, we take into account all approved projects. So not necessarily projects that are working their way through the planning process, but once they are approved by the board or the planning commission and they have their entitlements, at that time we would take those projects into consideration
and then readjust
and then
the
readjust.
volumes.
And that's why I wanted to mention earlier that our major update, it's not every 5 years, it's at least every 5 years.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So if there's a large project that gets approved that might add a significant number of new dwelling units or a mixed use, something with some commercial and residential combined, then that could be justification to start a major update or to prepare another major update more often or sooner than waiting until we get to year 5.
Because I do know there's major, concern for these roadways that are showing, significant growth in sections of our county.
Sure.
So that's helpful to understand. All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
So this slide here touches on what Supervisor Hydall was just asking about, Bass Lake Road from the highway up to Country Club Drive. And what it shows, the blue and orange lines are on the left are the 2018 baseline traffic volumes that were input into the travel demand model. Those orange and blue lines show that projection to where we're going to be at 2040, what those traffic volumes will be on that roadway segment in 2040. The blue and orange dots are the most recent traffic volumes that we have for this roadway segment. So this is kind of a trend we've seen through the COVID years. The traffic volumes are starting to rebound. In a lot of places, they're actually back to where they were, if not slightly elevated. But one thing I want to point out here is that on this stretch of road, Bass Lake is 2 lanes. And that red horizontal line that's right about 1,500 cars per hour there, that is the level of service. That's the threshold where we go from level of service E, acceptable for the general plan, to level of service F. And so what you see is by 2040, we're going to well exceed that level of service F threshold. And so that is why in our current CIP, in the TIF program, we have a CIP project that will widen that segment to just north of Country Club Drive out to 4 lanes. And when we do that, the level of service F threshold for a 4-lane facility is that green line that's shown there at the top. So that's kind of an example that shows how we project the growth, we project the increase in traffic volumes, we identify whether or not there's going to be a level of service deficiency based on what's constructed out there now. And once we identify it, we identify the improvement that's necessary to make sure we're in compliance with those standards in the general plan.
So we just looked at a chart that said we're at LOSE in the road segment. And this says, if I read their chart right, in 2022, we exceeded for the PM peak hour, that level of service F.
That was the projection. And again, we're constantly collecting new traffic counts every year to identify where we are real world. And this is kind of what we were talking to a little bit earlier also, and that the growth is we've actually decreased in volumes right now. So there's not a need per the general plan to construct that project in current year. We can.
So I would think historically we wouldn't use projections. We'd use the actual counts. If that's what the 2 dots are, is the actual counts.
Okay, so the dots are the counts. The line is the projection.
Got it.
We're
So the
saying
projection exceeded where the actual reality is.
Exactly. Now, if,
okay,
but as you can see, those 2 dots, they're still below what they needed to be to actually pass us through that
I'm just
threshold.
surprised we
level
wouldn't
of
adjust
service.
the projection based upon the the record that we have, because normally you do a line fit with the projection you have and basically extend it out, which means if I brought those lines down, it doesn't cross until about 2026 or 7.
That CIP project right now is, I believe, in the 26, 27 or the 27, 28 time.
Okay, so you're actually doing that mentally, but the projection here, it just seems like the projection should have been adjusted for the reality.
Sure.
Well, yeah, these are 2022 counts, those dots, right?
I believe we were late 22 or early 23. Yeah.
Okay, because
Well, it says 2022 counts. So,
right.
yeah.
So I'm just curious to see, I mean, every year we're rebounding from COVID. So that's just our concern, is that we're getting ahead of these things instead of being behind, is kind of, I think, where we're going with this. And then help me understand. So this is US 50 to Country Club Drive. You're saying this little section is in the CIP currently, but beyond Country Club, that's the part that's been taken out.
Yeah. So
of the CIP, right?
Can we go to the next slide?
It's in the 5 years.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still in the 20-year, I think. So
this chart
right.
is looking at that next segment up. We're going a little further north from Serrano up to where Silver Springs ties in.
Okay.
Again, currently a 2-lane road. The orange and blue lines are kind of laid on top of each other, it makes it a little harder to see. But again, our blue and orange dots are the 2022 counts. So as you can see for this segment, based on the baseline information that was used for the last major update, the growth rates, where the growth was allocated, we can see that our projections for 2040 are still below, I should rephrase that, they are still within acceptable level of service standards. They don't exceed the level of service F threshold.
So what this really tells me is the TDM is over forecasting what that travel total ADT is, and we haven't adjusted the TDM to be consistent with where we are.
Well, yeah, it's conservative. We're trying to make sure that
Right.
we're still projecting.
But my
for-
concern is the message we convey to the public. If the public just goes in and looks at these charts with these TDM numbers that are there that are over forecasting what the ADT is, the conclusion is we're at level service F and you guys should have fixed the road and you didn't. And the messaging is a little bit lacking here. Somehow we need to annotate the chart or do something to make
that's
sure the
why-
messaging is
That's
clear.
why we typically don't put out these charts. We have
Okay.
the, we have a conversation with the board and with the public, and then we explain what we're doing right here, right now, in terms of letting them know that this is a very small snapshot of what we do in our overall grandiose analysis for determining what needs are going to be for any given corridor or location. But then when it comes to then presenting it to the board and to the public, we give them what it is actual, what we foresee our professional engineering judgment, what the project will need, when it's going to be needed, and not get into these minutia details, which can be sometimes convoluted and have so many variables that make things more confusing. We're just trying to give you a snapshot of the fact that we do have conservative forecasts and conservative thresholds to make sure that we are collecting well above what we need to do, as well as anticipating higher volumes for the future. That's all.
So when will we have 2023 counts to add to this? Is that December?
By the end of the year, we should have that data. Yeah, it's something that our folks over in our materials lab that collects those counts, they're working on throughout the year as time allows with other project responsibilities.
Yes.
Okay, that'll be very helpful because then we'll know what the increment is, right?
Yes.
So, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Very good. So the next couple of slides are showing very similar information. This is White Rock from Latrobe to Silva Valley, and this is actually the segment that's immediately east of Latrobe Road there, where we tend to see the highest volumes. Green Valley Road, Deer Valley out to Lotus Road, those volumes, they actually show is decreasing. I looked into our travel demand model, and it has to do with some development taking place south of Green Valley that might be changing some travel patterns, sending people east on Green Valley as opposed to west. Which is an explanation for why they're potentially shown as decreasing there. So now we can start talking about our proposed safety improvement projects that Raphael was talking about. Our current TIF program has a section in the Nexus study that talks about safety improvements for intersections. These are typically thought of as unsignalized intersections and trying to determine whether or not they might meet traffic warrants to justify installation of a signal or have an accident history that might satisfy a warrant also. Typically, we'll identify these through our annual intersection needs analysis, where we go out and collect traffic counts at specific intersections so that we can run through all those warrants. New development for these intersection projects is charged its fair share of the cost towards these intersections. And we are in the process of putting together a list of potential sort of interim projects that might address safety issues, but might also address some of the travel efficiency issues that are caused with new development, increasing volumes on the roads. And so we're thinking in the lines of shoulder widenings, turn pockets, those types of things, rather than a full-blown reconstruction, adding a full lane somewhere along the way.
And those all make good sense because that's between going from the 2-lane to the 4-lane. How do you ease the traffic flow? How do you put in more turning pockets? acceleration lane. The other thing I think, refuge lanes, the other thing I think that we need to consider is safety turnouts.
Sure.
Because if you're talking about going up any roadway and somebody's pulling a grade and they've got a big trailer and they're doing 20 miles an hour, we do it on a lot of the highways, right? It doesn't have to be a big thing, a place you can get off the road safely, let the traffic clear, and then you start back up. And it's better if you can put those on flats, but it also helps if you got a flat tire. You don't have to drive into the ditch to try to fix your tire. You can get to a safety turnout and do it there if necessary. So those are the kinds of things I see you reflecting in this, but I think we just need to give it another look in terms of what does it really mean in terms of encouraging a safer road until we do get to that 4-lane condition. Because as we've projected here, it's a number of years before you get there.
Sure.
So incremental safety improvements just seem to be the answer to blend those together till you go to a 4-lane roadway or a 6-lane roadway, whatever it is, right?
And
Where
one of
we're
the
at,
issues-
that's good news.
Yes,
One of the
Yeah.
issues that I brought up, especially Highway 49 and adequate shoulders, especially through the S turns, because you have the fog line is right off the thing. And I think Woody, you were going to answer some of that, or were you going to talk about it a little
That's
bit about? it?
Caltrans, we're working with Caltrans on that.
Yeah, I know.
That's
But
their
I mean,
roadway.
But anyway, I think it's, that's something that needs to be addressed because it's very, very dangerous, especially on that particular section of highway.
Sure. All right, so look at this preliminary list of potential
Yeah,
safety
so these were
projects.
some projects that were identified that we'll be taking a much harder look at. We're going to look at several more intersections and locations rather than just these, but these were some of the hot topic items that we have heard a lot from the public. We've identified internally as well. One thing I do want to touch on is that, and I mentioned at the very beginning, with the TIF program, we do have to make a connection between these issues and new development. We can't
There has to be a
solely,
nexus.
we can't solely fix them if it's an existing deficiency. So that's definitely going to be a part of that analysis that we would like to take a look at.
But this is where getting to where you were saying, Supervisor, sometimes you have locations that have directional failures. Let's say a certain direction or movement is causing a level of service failure for that direction. But as a whole, the intersection might be on average, be an acceptable level of service. So this is how we could address that, is by being able to make minor improvements to locations such as intersections with either right turn pockets, left turn pockets, shoulders, minor widenings that then can accommodate for that movement to function at a much better level of service until we get to where the graph does reach the pinnacle to where we do need to do a major improvement. This is where that is that middle point that gives the board the opportunity to give the Department of Transportation its Christmas wish list as to locations you want us to look at into now. Like Zach said, these are just the ones we know we have rise to the top of our list of priority locations that we feel probably might make the cut. But between now and the next time we come back to the board, we would like to have the board tell us if there's any other locations you want us to analyze. Not that it's going to make the list, but we'll look into it. And then that's what we will be asking the board today is give us direction to look into this analysis, because this is going to take a significant amount of work for us to analyze all these locations. It would possibly take us about 2 to 3 months to have a consultant help us out with that, what that analysis is going to look like. But then we can come back to the board and then have a discussion on each one of these locations. And then any others that you would like us to take a look into, and then determine whether they fit the need, justification, the nexus, and the value added, the merit of whether it should be in the TIF program.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Raphael and Zach. Really appreciate the presentation and appreciate the understanding that today you are asking the board for, direction today, not only on the preliminary list of projects that you showed us, but any suggestions that we have for additional safety projects or intersections that we're concerned about in our districts. And they're recognizing there has to be a nexus to new development, not just a known deficiency.
Yes.
Okay. And so we'll we'll take our questions with buttons to organize this discussion. And so is District 5 Supervisor.
Thank you for the presentation. That was very helpful for me. I'm really at the ground level trying to understand this. What I heard my colleagues bring up the last time we had this discussion and we asked for this presentation was frustration. And let me know if I'm misstating this, but frustration that we're not properly assessing the developer's contribution to the TIF. In other words, what I heard was the TIF doesn't have enough money to deal with the amount of problems that we're creating out there. Some of it development created, some of it natural growth. But combined, we're not keeping up. So can you just share with me a little bit of your insight on that and how we can always keep adding things to the list. We'll never run out of that problem. But at what point are we going to really analyze how we assess the developer's contribution to this funding source that's so critical as we grow?
Sure. So I think that's why we gave a lot of the examples of the Bass Lake, the White Rocks, to show that we understand that the public might want improvements at particular locations, but they just haven't met our threshold yet. And that's why they haven't seen any kind of activity in any of those locations. What are then our final slide gives us and gives the board the discretion is to say, hey, look, we understand that maybe it hasn't met the threshold yet, but it's getting pretty close. And that the reason why the anxiety and the frustration from the public is that there are particular directions that are failing. And so then let's start collecting for those so that we can make the TIF whole and so that then we can make minor improvements until we get to that point where we actually surpass or get closer to that threshold to make the major improvement, because we don't have funds to make those major improvements. So let's start collecting for the minor improvements that it'll get us there and lower some of the anxiety, lower some of the frustration with the traffic that they're seeing out in the intersections and corridors.
So this is where my confusion comes in. So we have a developer that is planning to do a major subdivision somewhere. And let's pretend like it's 2030 and they've created this project and they're building it. So does the way the TIF program work is in 2030, we analyze what we anticipate that division is going to cause on our roadways and we assess them a fee. Is that correct?
Yes.
They contribute to the TIF with that money. You're saying though, according to the graph, again, pretending we're in 2030, that we're not really going to see an impact until 2045. So we're holding today's money for a project that's going to be 15 years down the road that probably won't properly fund that improvement because it's 15 years later, costs have gone up. Maybe we didn't even anticipate a problem that ended up being a problem and the developer is long gone.
Yeah. So that's those increasing costs that you mentioned. That's one of the reasons we do our annual updates. We look every year at the increase in the construction cost index that Engineering News Record publishes. And we go through for those projects that are 10, 15, or 20 years in the future, and we'll update all of those project costs by that percentage increase. So I hope that answers that part of the question.
I mean, I know you're adjusting, but how does that affect the developer?
Yes.
The revenue side of it.
Right.
Yeah.
So a developer that comes in 2030, they'll prepare a traffic study. We'll analyze that. And if there are level of service deficiencies that are identified, then that are not included within our CIP within a certain time frame, depending on residential or non-residential project, then they're going to be required to build those improvements to address their level of service deficiencies that are caused by that project. As far as that development, if it is consistent with the general plan zoning and the land use designations, then in theory, the growth from a project like that has been accounted for in our travel demand model when we do our major update every 5 years.
Yeah.
If there is a rezone or a general plan amendment, that's when we need to take a step back and take another look at it.
Okay, I'll catch on.
Great comments. Thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so one of the things that was brought up by our auditor controller actually is Saratoga Way and Finders Way. Is that being looked at, or do I need to make sure I emphasize that here? Because I didn't see that on the list, and that was brought up. So, okay. And the other thing I think we need to look at in conjunction with this is stacking distance of some of these intersections. We have issues with lane blockages, and I'll give you an example, Silver Valley Parkway at Green Valley Road. There's enough traffic going south that when it comes to that intersection, that left turn lane is all stacked up, stacks up the roadway. People can't come up and make a right turn to get onto Green Valley Road because it's prohibited, right? Basically, we have that at the Rayleigh Center. Trying to get into the Rayleigh Center when you're southbound on El Dorado Hills Boulevard, that stacking distance gets all occupied and it accumulates traffic, and that affects the flow through that intersection because there isn't enough stacking distance allowed to make the turn. So people sit there and basically have to wait until they can get into the queue. So that's another area that I think we really need to look at, where we have turn lanes. Are they long enough to accommodate the current traffic flows, given we're up at LOS DE in a lot of situations? Because again, to me, that's a safety related type of configuration, because you have intersections there and you have people that want to move through, and then you end up with accidents because people are just too aggressive. And that's a nature of the way people drive. But those kinds of considerations, I think, also help us move from that 2-lane to 4-lane expansion. How do we end up with more stacking distance so you don't block the roadway? Yeah. That's it.
Good
Thank you.
comments. All right, Supervisor Turnbull.
I just got a question. Yeah, you know, these development agreements that we have for these developers and stuff, are you making sure that they fulfill their agreements? And because there's been issues in the past, and I just want to know can you comment on that a little bit?
So there have been projects in the past that have had developer agreements. And so that is essentially when they not only mitigate for whatever traffic impacts that they might have for a region, but they also take it a step further because they want additional guarantees or prolonged plans that entitlement so that they can elongate their projected completion of a project. And so then working with county council, we work very closely to make sure that whatever condition of approval that is part of their application and or developer agreement is fulfilled to our specifications. And that if there are changes though, they can make it, they can request it to the board, but only the board can make sure, change a development agreement or a condition of approval of any project. It's not up to the discretion of the Department of Transportation. We go before you and we show or present whatever their case are, but then they would have to present that to the board to then, if it's going to be any changes to whatever condition or approval or development agreement that was written into as part of the original entitlement.
Are you still looking into these past agreements that we had, development agreements, and make sure that they fulfill that agreement?
Well, we don't look into past agreements. We take them as they come to us. So if there might be several agreements out there that I don't know about, when they come back to either pull their permit, we make sure we go through that list and say, okay, well, what was part of that project when they passed it back in 2010 or 2015 or whatever the case may be, and we go through there and we check it off and we basically say, okay, well, this they met, oh, this they're saying that they don't want to meet and they want a change of their agreement. Okay, well, then they have to go back to the board and request that they amend that or ask for some kind of variance to that. It's not for us to decide on, but we don't go into agreements or past projects to see what was done, because anything that was approved would have had to have been approved by the board.
Okay.
Supervisor Carmen, any comments, questions?
Good.
All
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent workshop. And before we go to public comment, like to thank Woody, the Executive Director of the El Dorado County Transportation Commission, for being with us today. Do you have any comments before we go to public comment? Would love to hear your wisdom and your insights.
Mr. Thomas, good afternoon. Good morning, board members.
Morning.
I've heard a lot of discussion about capacity increasing projects today, and I just want to kind of manage expectations. The state of California in 2006 drew a line in the sand with AB 32, moving away from capacity increasing projects. I think the policy has only strengthened since then. There is actually a lot more grant money available today than there was in 2006 and back in the days when Mr. Sweeney was on the commission. But those funds are targeting transit and bike and pedestrian mode shift. So there is more money available, but therefore it is for far different projects. So I just want to manage expectations that the grant funds are not going to fill a shortfall for the capacity increasing projects that may be in the CIP or the TIF. Unless there's a significant change in policy at the state level, those days are long gone.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you so much for helping
Thanks, Woody.
clarify that. And we so appreciate the coordination and collaboration with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission.
You know what I'm gonna just though, does that kind of explains why our fees do need to go up, right? Because we aren't able to rely on grants like we used to in the past. And I know there's a lot of concern about the fees going up, but at the same time, we have it in the general plan to pay for the road improvements. So we don't have the LOS. The fees must go up if we don't have grants. I don't see a way around it. Do you see a way around it?
We don't, and that's why at the last major update, the board did come to that same conclusion and said we need to lower our grant expectation for the TIF CIP program. We had it at a much higher percentage. I think it was somewhere in the 30% ballpark. I think we lowered that. And I can't tell you right now what we lowered it to, but yes, most definitely. And that is going to be one of the discussions we have with you as to what should we lower it even more so in the future.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure.
All right, yeah, that's an important distinction for us all to be very aware of.
Kind of is.
Exactly, because grants are driven by federal and state agendas, which often do not fit our needs here in El Dorado County. So, all right, Kim, let's call for public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 31. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Hi, Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Also, I'm the chair of the Transportation Committee of the Taxpayers Association. So I've worked with DOT, as you know, in the past. Here's a few of my comments related to today's discussion. You heard Woody talk about the Transportation Commission. No capacity money. There was a time, because of my history with Department of Transportation, up to 1975, federal monies came directly to the county. It was 1975 where this changed. We created our Transportation Commission, which is a regional transportation planning authority, or sometimes you see planning organization. This has to do with non-metropolitan areas. But what's strange is that we're so close to a metropolitan area that we're being affected then by the growth on a more broad perspective, what we'll call SAC area, Sacramento metropolitan area. So back to the story then, there's a distinction also that people need to know, the public, that we're not speaking about general fund, we're speaking about road fund. That is a separate fund of which your board budgets annually. And also it means that whenever there's general fund money being expended, that's money that maybe wasn't anticipated that you have available because of maybe the problem or the project that wasn't going to be built soon enough. You provide then DOT additional monies also for maintenance of roadways. And you do that under the general fund. Travel demand model, it's critically important. And so a few years ago, there was an update and now we have a much better travel demand model. But the highway capacity manual wasn't talked about today. And I think the highway capacity manual answers some of the questions that DOT tried to answer with their thoughts. But it's the highway capacity manual, which is from it's a publication of the Transportation Research Board of the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, meaning it's a science as much as it is a guess. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, so this was to receive and file a presentation, which we did. Thank you so much to our staff.
And provide direction though, right?
I was just going there.
Okay, good. I'm
And
like, well,
provide
let's go.
direction on whether yes. So is there any additional direction to staff at this point?
No.
Do you feel you've gotten a good feeling for what this board is interested in pursuing?
I think so.
And there's a concurrence that we, want you to pursue those safety improvements that you have identified and
Wonderful.
return to the board for further discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
So do we have will the minutes reflect it like that then? It'll say
Do
provide.
you want a motion?
I would prefer that it's
Why
in
don't
there
you go
like
ahead?
that,
Yeah,
if
great.
it's okay.
Absolutely.
Because that's what number 2 kind of says.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So if you
so
wanna
as long
read
as
that
it's
off.
reflected in the minutes that we're approving number 2, yes, please.
Okay, perfect.
I just want to say one thing, just give us some percentages. We need that pie
Oh.
chart, okay? When you get a chance. That would be
Referring to
helpful.
the funding sources?
Yeah.
Fortunately, I have my staff listening in, and so they
okay.
shoot me a text. Over the last 20 years, the grant funded projects have been 30%. The TIF has been 70%.
Okay.
Over the last 20 years. Now, as what he said, 20 years, it was probably leaning more on grants, and now it's going the other direction. That's this is an average over the last 20 years.
Okay.
Now it could possibly be 20% grant funded. It all depends.
But grants are not capacity, they are not
Exactly.
funding capacity
Right.
increasing projects, which are often what we are needing
Right.
to address our level of
Exactly.
service.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
Thanks for
There's
that.
different
I
sources.
appreciate that.
You got it.
So Supervisor Parlin, do you want to?
Sure,
motion?
move to approve, including the direction for staff to perform further analysis of specific intersections is in the recommendation.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
All right. So any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Great, motion carries unanimously. Thank
Thanks,
you so
Raphael.
much. We
Supervisor,
appreciate this
appreciate
update.
All right.
And we're going to take a 5-minute break and then address item number 30. So we'll see you in just a few minutes. Well, we are back and we are here to hear item number 30, Kim.
Item number 30 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board authorize the chair to sign a reimbursement agreement for the construction of the road widening improvement plans for the crossing at El Dorado, Missouri Flat and Crossings Road between the county and LLC and ALLC.
Welcome back, Raphael and Adam. Good to have you with us this morning.
Good morning. Adam Bain with El Dorado County Department of Transportation. Here to present this item to you. In essence, this should be a very simple item. There's some improvements planned for Missouri Flat Road at the intersection of Headington Road and Crossings Drive. Headington Road is where the county maintenance yards are. Missouri Flat just north of Safeway project. Crossings is the new development that's going in across the street, back behind the new Target. And this project's been in the works since 1998, and we're grateful to have it get here. The improvements themselves are fairly simple. It's a widening of Missouri Flat Road, adding turn pockets, bike lanes, sidewalks, and signalizing the intersection of Missouri Flat and Headington and the Crossings Drive. The developer has a condition of approval to construct these improvements, but they're also reimbursable under the Missouri Flat Area Master Circulation and Funding Plan. We refer to that as the MCNFP. It's been programmed that way for a long time. The funds are available in the MCNFP to reimburse the developer for the improvements that they're going to construct. So that's the easy part. The less easy part is we don't have as much money as we would like to do all the things we want. And so there's a question at the end about how we allocate those funds. So I'll go through a brief description of what the MCNFP is, and then let you know what our recommendation is and what options are available to you. So the Missouri Flat Area Master Circulation and Funding Plan is exactly what it says. It's an overall plan to take a look at the Missouri Flat Corridor, which was identified back in the 80s and 90s as an area for commercial growth in the unincorporated area of Placerville. So those are tax revenues that come to the county as opposed to within the city limits. So a program was put together and approved in 1998 to identify what improvements are necessary to the corridor. And the corridor is along Missouri Flat Road, roughly from El Dorado Road in the north down to Highway 50 and then all the way to Highway 49 in the south. So it's a fairly large area in there. It was identified that there were existing deficiencies in the traffic circulation that caused congestion even back then. We talked about existing deficiencies in the last item a little bit. So this Master Circulation and Funding Plan identified what improvements were needed to bring it up to existing to what was needed at the time. And then we also have additional TIF funds that also contribute to funding of those projects for the increment above and beyond what that existing deficiency was for the new growth, so to speak. So the plan was put together and identified as the MCNFP is an overall funding program. We also have underneath that a specific revenue stream collection to pay for those deficiencies that I just spoke about. And what that is as a new development comes in that otherwise would not have been able to be approved if those backbone infrastructures weren't put in place. Walmart is a good example. We had to widen Missouri Flat Road to 4 lanes, signalized intersections. All that was within the overall circulation plan and the funding plan. The MCNFP brought that up to an acceptable level of service, and then the TIF funds expanded it for the additional growth that occurred there. We take a portion of the sales tax revenue that comes into the county, and we put that into a separate fund to fund these MCNFP existing deficiencies. So in that case, Walmart wouldn't have been able to be approved had those other programs not been in place. So that's the idea of the overall program, is to bring the existing system up to a level of service that was acceptable prior to the development, and then the TIF fees will pay for development beyond that. So that's a little bit of how the MCNFP program was put together. We talk about the overall plan as the MCNFP, but a lot of times when we use that term, we're only talking about the small little fund there. And within that, the overall funding scheme, there's lots of other revenue streams. Highway 50 interchange at Missouri Flat Road was one of those. Those were with regional transportation funds that came from the Transportation Commission, as well as TIF funds, and we've got grant funds, lots of different funding streams. So the MCNFP is just a very small portion of the overall funding that goes into the area. So that's a little bit about the MCNFP and kind of how it came to be and how the funds are transferred there. The crossing project has been around since the 90s. Prospector Plaza was created. That's where Target is now. The Sundance Plaza is immediately to the north and west. It has changed names. It's now known as the Crossings Project. But there's been a development plan in there for many years. There was a development agreement that's now expired, but it has certain entitlements. And one of those entitlements is to connect Headington Road from Missouri Flat over to El Dorado Road. And that's one thing that they will have to do ultimately with the project. But this portion that we're doing now is only for Missouri Flat. So I want to make sure we clarify the difference there. So what we have is a set of improvement plans that have been completed. We've approved those. The developers actually put the project out to bid and they have a bidder. The bid is generally consistent with what we had anticipated, so it's fundable. And they are seeking a reimbursement agreement to go out and front those costs themselves, and they get reimbursed out of the MCFP. Now, not all costs will be reimbursed. There's frontage improvements, curb gutter sidewalk along the development frontage. Those are paid for by the developer. Those are frontage improvements. They're associated with the development itself, and that's not part of the MCNFP. The MCNFP only funds the Missouri Flat Road itself, along with the signalized intersection. So there's a little bit of it doesn't fund the whole project, but we've divvied up what's appropriate there. So what we've put together is a draft reimbursement agreement that's based on prior reimbursement agreement policies that we've used under our TIF program. You don't have to follow these policies. We actually, the board approved last month, or maybe earlier this month, reimbursement guidelines for the MCNFP corridor. They mirror very closely what our TIF program is and some of our other fee programs, but there's not identical. Because we have funding constraints, we geared that reimbursement agreement to where the developer will start getting paid back 1 year after the completion of the project, what we call the warranty period, and spread that over 6 payments over time. We don't have to do that. There are sufficient funds in the MCNFP to where they could get paid back faster if the board so chose. The wrinkle or the problem that makes this not such an easy item is that we also have other needs within the MCNFP. And one of those is the Diamond Springs Parkway Phase 1B project. We're very well aware of it, have many discussions about it. That project utilizes MCNFP funds, approximately $6.6 million. And those are programmed. And when those funds come out of that MCNFP, there won't be sufficient funds in the MCNFP to pay back this project immediately. It would have to be spread out over at least 3 years in order to be able to do that. The other issue we have with the Diamond Springs 1B project is we've got a funding shortfall there. And we've got an item coming to you. And unfortunately, we had intended to have it be here today, but other circumstances dictated that we couldn't do that, by which we may have other alternatives, one of which has been proposed is use of tribe funds to be advanced for the Diamond Springs 1B project. The reason why that's important is the Diamond Springs 1B project has grant funds associated with it, Caltrans funds. And if we don't have a fully funded project, we run the risk of losing those funds. And that's to the tune of $5 or $6 million. So that's critically important that we're able to bridge that gap and get that project funded. One of the ways to pay that back would be the use of MCNFP funds to be able to pay back the tribe funds, though it's only a cash flow revenue issue and not a dedication of those funds permanently. So for those reasons, this is not quite the simple item that we had hoped. So we have prepared a couple of different alternatives for the board. One of them is you can go with the agreement as it's written now, and that pays back the developer over time. We can see a scenario whereby which, if we get the other funding items worked out, the developer could come back and we could amend the agreement if there's additional funds to where we could reimburse them at that point, if that was a path you chose. You could choose to reimburse the developer as soon as funds are available and come up with other funding mechanisms or a longer repayment for the tribe funds, all those things. So those are a couple of the options available to you. We do have a time, this is time sensitive. As I mentioned, the developers put the project out to bid. Those bids are good for 60 days. That 60-day period ends September 9th. And so we need to be able to provide direction to the developer. Yes, we have a reimbursement agreement and we'll get reimbursed and you can go ahead and award that contract, or we need to step back and take a look at it more carefully. So that's lot of stuff in a short period of time. More than happy to answer any questions you have, but that's, from our perspective, that's the ask today.
And just one final note, as Adam mentioned, we will be coming back to the board on September 12th to have a discussion on the IODs for the Diamond Springs Parkway, as well as the environmental application that was submitted to the State Water Quality Board that was approved by them. That will be before the board on the 12th. Subsequently, dependent on the that discussion, we did plan on coming back to the board on the discussion for the funding of the Diamond Springs Parkway, subsequently sometime shortly after that. So just to give you an idea of when the Department of Transportation was going to be coming back to the board with those discussions.
Thank you for helping us walk through the item. And so I see District 4.
Oh, that's me.
Yes.
So I was hoping to go with alternative 3, which says the board could choose continuous item to be considered concurrently with the future MCNFP funding to more accurately blah, blah, blah. Because I really want to see this as a whole. Because in one statement, we're saying we have enough funds, but in the next sentence, we say we don't have enough funds because of Diamond Springs Parkway. And so I feel like there's a pot of money that's being pulled in different directions. There's really not enough in there at the end of the day to do everything all at once. It'd be nice to look at this holistically, which I think is kind of what we've been asking for a while, to look at this holistically. But then I heard we have a 60-day thing in September 9th, which throws a monkey wrench in all of this, that we can't look at it holistically. So I'm really troubled that we're being pressured to not have that opportunity, quite honestly. That's troubling to me. That's something that, is using up a significant amount of funds from the county, and quite honestly, a lot of general fund dollars, when you stop and think about it, sales tax dollars, fund them, so those are general fund dollars, tribe money, general fund dollars. So we're not getting this opportunity. Is there anything you can do about that?
So there is a mechanism in which we can potentially give the applicant as well as the contractor the green light to move forward without having to wait on the September 9th timeline. So there is a possibility for us to do that. So I don't want the board to have that as a constraint.
Okay, but I mean, at a minimum, my understanding is, and I have tried really hard to understand all this, there's a lot of options here, and it's kind of complex, actually, when you look at this holistically, and it's been going on for decades. So yeah, it is complex. But at a minimum, we are required to do a reimbursement at a minimum of the 6th payment one. That's totally, we must do that.
Yes.
So that's not even an option. It's
Yes.
more about if we want to accelerate and all of that, which
Exactly.
is why I would like, I mean, we're obligated to do the 6 payments minimum regardless. So I would like the opportunity, if the board so chooses, to look at this holistically. That's just where my brain's at. This has been, we've been tugging at this for a long time. And I think we have some big funding decisions to make soon. So just see what everybody else is thinking.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Good comments. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, it was mentioned in here, a pro forma analysis. And the question I have is, did we forecast the annual increase in MCNFP due to the crossings project over this time spectrum? And is that significant? Otherwise, in other words, what is the ROI for the $2.1 million that's going to be coming from just the crossings project? Did we look at those kinds of considerations?
So the cash pro forma that we have in the capital improvement program I've got right here does have an annual revenue increase to it.
Okay.
It's very small. We generate roughly $1 million a year out of what already comes out of there, and that includes the Safeway Shopping Center, Walmart,
Right,
Walgreens, what we get. The increase that we will see will be a percentage of that, but it's not going to be 50%. It'll be a smaller percentage. And I don't have a good handle on
Okay.
that number. So it will generate additional revenue, which we all want. And that's part of why the MCNFP was put forth. One thing I forgot to mention in my presentation was one of the stated goals of the MCNFP is to make that a commercial corridor consistent with local resources and make it a vibrant part of our community and the economic tax base that goes along with it. So it's a long-winded way of saying it'll go up some, but not a lot. And I don't have a specific answer for you. But that was the whole idea behind the premises, that we get those additional revenues. And there's other projects that will be built in the future, the expansion of the interchange. We've got other projects that will be done in the future. So the program doesn't go away. But yes, the more development we can get in there, the more tax revenue we're going to generate. And it will allow us to pay back sooner. I don't think it will make a material difference in the fiscal year when they get finally paid back.
Okay.
It may move it up a year.
It's
or
a
so,
small
but-
amount. in other
But
words.
but that's my gut feeling.
But to reiterate, I'm
Right.
going to reiterate that the revenue projections we have within the MCNFP do not take into account the projected revenue from the Crossings project, because we haven't factored those projections. We haven't received those projections, have we? And we haven't factored that into
Correct.
the revenue. of
Correct.
the
We have an
MCNFP.
incremental increase every year in the other items, but we have not factored in that new development.
I
It
think
will
that's
be
an important
percentage.
consideration.
Because
these
it will bring in
projections.
more revenue over a
Yes.
5-year spectrum or whatever,
Yeah, but the
whatever time frame.
projections of
we're talking about.
revenue do
Got it.
not take
Got it.
this project into consideration.
Okay, and
Because it's a, it's not
Well,
a known factor.
right, and to piggyback on that, so the cash pro forma wasn't attached to
No.
Lone Star Forest, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because that was one of my questions too, is when I was looking at the, one of the exhibits that showed what's coming. It looks as if this is going to, these businesses are going to trickle in. And it looks kind of like slowly over time.
Mm.
So the ROI and cash pro forma are, they are questionable. And so where was I going with that, you guys? I could not remember, but it was it's just another factor that I want to, I know, because the improvements that are being put in, the road improvements are for full build out. So we're putting in the full build out road improvements, even though the businesses are only going to be trickling in, correct? So that's why the cash pro forma it gives you pause, I think is a fair statement. So, and again, that's why I'm wanting to look at this holistically, this whole corridor. That
I'll
makes
speak
sense.
to that a little bit in
Yeah.
my comments, but yeah.
So the other question I had was the proposed hotel. Do we know approximate what time? Because that's TOT tax generation. And do we know if that's 5 years out, 8 years out? What is the general concept for the hotel?
I don't have a timeline on that. There's portions of the development project that are already entitled and there's portions that aren't.
Yeah.
I believe that's portions in the portion that's still in the planning phase. So I
Okay, all
don't
right.
have
So
a date for
it's
that.
out a ways. Okay.
That's my understanding.
All right.
The commercial retail portion of the Crossings project is currently under development now. The proposed hotel and RV resort just went to the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Advisory Committee a couple weeks ago.
Right.
And it's just starting their development project phase, but that's a
Okay.
phase 2. But what's under consideration now and what's being built is the retail portion of the Crossings project.
So we wouldn't expect TOT from that hotel for 10 years or something like
I
that,
don't
right?
have a specific time frame, but it's
Yeah,
phase 2.
It's out there. Okay.
And
all right.
at this time, RVs don't give any, even though that can be
Right.
negotiated. I know that,
Yep,
but
yep.
We're
yeah,
looking into mechanisms for that.
yes,
Right.
we are.
Absolutely.
Okay, those were my questions. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Sternboo.
Yeah, I just got a question. I mean, we got the payment spread over 5 years or 6 years. Have we ever done anything like this with other developers in the past? Where speed up the process and give their full reimbursement right away?
The terms of reimbursement have been different depending on which funding program it is and what the circumstances are. I don't know a circumstance where we've paid 100% upfront, but I know we've had different scenarios on paying folks back. So I think there's some flexibility there in what the board would want to do. I don't have a good example for you where we've done that specifically before.
No, we don't have an example of that right now.
Any other questions or? All right. As far as my comments, thank you, board, for consideration of this item, and we'll see where it makes sense for us to go. But I think it's important to recognize that this project, as reimbursable by the MCNFP, is its own entity. I mean, there isn't another portion of our county that has this funding mechanism, so it's a different animal. We talked about the potential tax revenue, and while those projections have not been figured into our county projections, the estimates that have been provided to me, and once again, I have not verified these, but it just kind of gives the board a broad kind of concept of what we're maybe talking about, is that the current tax base of the unimproved land of this parcel is about $28,000 in property tax to us right now for the unimproved parcel. So it's not a lot of money to us. Once it's developed as a retail center, the property tax is estimated to go up to $282,000 in property tax to the county. The county's sales portion of the sales tax projection is estimated to be about $550,000, which leads a total annual property tax and sales tax revenue of approximately $831,000 additional sales tax and property tax revenue for the retail portion of the crossings. That does not take into account phase 2 of the RV resort and hotel. And so I think that's just an important framework. I think it's also important to recognize that the intent of the MCNFP, it had the following objections, and this is in our in the MCNFP to, number one, alleviate existing traffic congestion, which this improvement does, create additional adequate capacity to meet the county general plan level of service policy, which we've talked a lot about this morning, establish a vital commercial center in our county. And I think this is a critical portion. Our county, recognizing that we strongly value our rural historic roots, we do not have an appetite for rampant growth. We don't want to be Folsom. That said, we are spending money in Folsom, and there's great sales tax leakage out of our county. And it is incumbent on all of us to retain our own sales tax dollars, the money that we're already spending. And so to that end, our county has been very diligent with targeted retail. So we don't have rampant growth. And the Missouri Flat Corridor is one of those corridors that we established as an economic driver for our county, along with growth in the El Dorado Hills area.
Yep.
So I think that's important. Once again, the MCNFP was established to improve our county's fiscal well-being, to promote targeted economic development, to establish a framework for revenue collection that would fund specific improvements identified in the project area, and then construct those improvements in Missouri Flat Road. I think it's also important that I know there's been concern in the past that the Missouri Flat Road corridor is right now, we're capturing 85% of the sales tax increment that would go into the general fund or other purposes. And that is to fund improvements to the Missouri Flat Corridor. I think it's important to recognize that there's only 2 projects left in phase 1, and that's the Diamond Springs Parkway, and that's this improvement before us today, the Missouri Flat Road, Headington Road intersection. Once those projects are done and funded, then phase 1 is done. And our sales tax obligation drops to 50%. So that means all the revenue generated by the businesses within the MCNFP area, our general fund will get 50% of that sales tax increment rather than we're getting 15%. So to me, it is in our best interest to take care of our obligation on this project, reimburse the developer in an expedient manner so he can then finish the retail portion and have that generating revenue that will be available to fund the MCNFP, as including any payback on any loans that we may need, which are up for further discussion. As terms of how this will trickle in, this project has been a long time coming, and we know it's been painfully slow, and yet it is finally up and running. And they're building like crazy, and they have leases in place. So it's not just trickling in, it's moving forward in a very robust capacity. And we know time is money, and that the sooner we can reimburse the developer for what is our obligation, the sooner they can put that into the project and get that project fully up and running. So I do want to look at a more expedited reimbursement for the developer. And let me just kind of lay on the line what I'm thinking. I've spent a lot of time kind of talking with staff and recognizing that this is a clunky discussion, but that depending on what this board decides to do with the Diamond Springs Parkway in committing those funds, that we will have about $400,000 potentially left over in available uncommitted MCNFP funds at the date of the acceptance of this proposed date of acceptance of the facility, which is supposed to be July 2024. There'll be about $400,000 left over in the MCNFP. So I would like those to go to the developer in a year, 2024. And then per the staff report, it noted a revised reimbursement agreement for $1,153,937 July 1st, 2025. We'll stick with that. And then the balance due, which is approximately $641,000 due on the remainder of the reimbursement on July 2026. So that's kind of what I'm thinking is a fair reimbursement agreement to finalize our obligation on this and get this project up and running to help generate additional sales tax revenue to pay back with interest any source that we may identify for the parkway. So those are my thoughts on this project. So
Can you expand on, you said there's leases. Can you be really specific for me? Because I'm just not feeling it. I mean,
actually the developer's here. I'd rather
Yeah.
have him. Yeah.
and I'm just
So-
gonna remind everyone, we thought a Costco was coming.
Right.
We were promised a Costco down on the Diamond Springs Parkway. And that's where a lot of this MCNFP support came from. And that fell so flat. And so I just feel that we need to be cautious not to do that again.
Right.
And I really hesitate to expedite. Maybe we could get an agreement in place and revisit in a year and see how things are going. That might be a better option rather than committing to something early and just revisit things as it goes. Because we've been promised things before that have not come to fruition on this corridor. Also the Creekside, the Forney, was supposed to be something. I mean, we've been promised things that just keep not happening in the same corridor. And so I think we need to be really cautious.
I understand your angst. I mean, and this corridor has been plagued. It's been plagued because when Costco was coming in, that was the boom of the big box store. And, we were all excited about that and laid the foundation for it. And then online retail exploded and forever changed the landscape of retail, and the big box stores started to wane. And then later board was revisiting it in, 20, gosh, it was
12,
20,
12.
no, it was
The other one.
2020.
We've done it a lot.
Yeah, in 2020, you were looking at where are we going to put our money? Is the investment in this corridor worth it? We were in the middle of the pandemic when everything was shut down and retail was shut down and we didn't know where this was going. And, I understand that angst. And yet here we are, it's a new day, and we are seeing targeted economic development boom in this corridor. Target is here. We are seeing more buildings being full of targeted retail, and leases are in place in this. So I think it's important for us all to revisit and recognize what is happening on this corridor now that is not theoretical. So with that, I'd love to invite the developer, Mr. Grado, to come up and just share with the board, help us with this dialogue and what is in place and where are we at with this project. Good morning, Leonard.
Good morning. How are you all doing today?
Good.
Supervisor Parlin, I appreciate the question because I think it's warranted and it deserves a good answer and it deserves a thorough answer. When just a little history, when we were looking at enticing Costco to come up to Placerville, we knew they were looking for a site in El Dorado County. And we really wanted to see the site a little further east in the county than they were considering also, which was El Dorado Hills, because we just thought the heart of the county really is more closer to Missouri Flat, if you will, just from an access standpoint. When you get east in the county or south in the county, El Dorado Hills is on the border of the county. And so we really wanted to get them more centrally located, if you will, in the county and along a corridor that was improved, if you will, with respect to Missouri Flat Road, the interchange work that had occurred, et cetera, because we didn't see that as a need for the project up here, whereas at other interchanges, if you will, it would have required more interchange work, Caltrans involvement, et cetera, et cetera. So Costco will make up their mind where they decide to go. That's the big thing with respect to them. And when they determine basically to go in the West County, because 30,000 of their 30,000 people in their shopping market currently come from El Dorado Hills. So they felt, as far as their market is concerned, the bulk of the customers are actually El Dorado Hills. And so that's why they chose to go on the West County, albeit the fact that we will have still the sales tax revenue that comes in from it because they're in the county. So it's not going to preclude people from Placerville, Diamond Springs, Grizzly Flat from going to the Costco if and when it does get in down there, which we hope it will. And we'll still be able to benefit from it dollar wise. Regarding the Creekside project, that project we had fully approved. We were actually going to do the Social Security building on that corner. That's where where it had been. The lease was executed. We were going to build it there with some retail. We had a 5-0 vote at the Planning Commission, a 5-0 vote at the Board of Supervisors, financing in place, and we were sued by the Friends of Herbert Green School because we could not mitigate greenhouse gas with a mitigated neg deck with respect to greenhouse gas. So there was no mitigation in place at the time. So we had to let the entitlement go because we just felt we couldn't win that lawsuit because there was nothing, the county didn't offer anything at the time as a mitigated measure for a mitigated neg deck with respect to greenhouse gas. So getting to the Crossings project now that we've had in contract for, I guess about 15 to 17 years, and we own the property. Currently, we have 5 leases signed, ready to go. Boot Barn, Michaels, Petco, Ulta, and Five Below. And we're negotiating with 2 other national tenants for 2 other places, 2 other spots that we have, if you will, on the retail, what we call junior anchor lineup. Now, those are tenants that exist in El Dorado, in Folsom currently. There's nothing that is new under the sun with respect to those tenants, other than the fact that we're spending our money from El Dorado County in Folsom currently to go to those tenants. And when we look at issues such as traffic, et cetera, the more cars we can keep off Highway 50, the better. So from the standpoint of people migrating, if you will, down to Folsom to do their shopping, the more we can keep up here, I think the better off we're going to be. And so we've basically initiated the project in 2018. We've put in 1/2 mile of sewer line, water lines, detention ponds, tremendous amount of infrastructure has gone into the project already. That's basically in the ground for this retail that we're discussing currently, not just for what's out on the front, it's in for the entire center that we're planning here. First phase is about 24 acres. There's also agreements that have been signed and permits that are applied for by both America's Tire Store and Burger King. Those are probably days, if not maybe a couple of weeks away from issuing those permits. This project will generate $1 million plus to the county annually just in sales tax revenue, the front end of the project. If I could beg a little bit of time regarding the next phase of the project with respect to, and it will be coming back to you, it'll be coming to the Planning Commission, but I think it's important to kind of understand the project globally. These improvements on Missouri Flat Road were planned for the Sundance Shopping Center, which was a 72-acre development. And they've been planned, they've been in the CIP for quite some time. We've stepped out by faith, put in all the offsites that are developer funded currently. They're in the ground with respect to our sidewalks, curb, gutter, all that type of thing. It's basically about an 8-week to 10-week project that we're looking at. Notwithstanding the fact that traffic arms take time to get, but at least the foundations can be in the ground. And we'll wait for those to arrive when they do. And that will be the last segment of the project that would be installed to complete, if you will. But everything underground can be done and we can operate with DOT's blessing a 4-way stop in the interim. You know what I mean, as far as traffic control at the intersection. But I really believe that you know, we've continued to partner with the county for 35 years with projects that we've done up here. And with financing where it's at and everything else, lenders want to know that there is surety when you're fronting money that you know when it's going to come back, because all of this they look at when they put together their financing plan. They need to know when are these dollars going to be back. And these are monies that we have deposited $2.7 million in CDs at the bank for the bond for this project that we put in cash from our end. So I'm not asking the county to do any more than I'm stepping up to do to make sure we get a road. And I think that it would be beneficial for the entire area to get this road in and done to that intersection so that we can go ahead and get these stores open. Like I say, those contracts are done. Those leases are signed. We're in the middle of processing our building plans right now. Our civil plans are probably 75% complete. Again, like I mentioned, most of the major underground is in already because we had to have it in for the tenants that are out on the street. So with that said, I would welcome any questions, be happy to answer them, and fire away.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grader. I think that's just really helpful to have the board understand really what's going on here and answer any questions. Any more specific questions?
I have a request.
Yes.
And I've asked it of you before. Can you make sure that the parking lot in this facility is better than the others in the area? The Safeway parking lot truly is a nightmare. And you know how I feel about that whole McDonald's taqueria debacle over there. Just if you can make it functional and make it so people don't swear in your parking lot, it would be amazing. It would be amazing.
That would be a good thing, actually. I'm with you on that.
It would, right?
No,
But
we've really taken a lot of time with respect to turning radius for trucks,
Thank
loading
you.
areas, RV parking. We've really tried to look at it. We don't want what happened
Thank you,
at
Leonard.
Golden Center either.
I know.
But just a little backstory for me in 1 minute. The McDonald's was supposed to be on the corner where the
Right.
other retail is at that intersection of Golden Center and Missouri Flat. When we did that deal with them in 2003, they didn't do a deal in 2003. They backed out of everything because their same store sales that year went down. And so when they came back in 05, we'd already leased the building. I said, oh, well, we want back in that center. Well,
So, but thank you for that clarification. I do
You got it.
appreciate it.
all right, appreciate it. Thank you, Lori.
Really
Thank you all.
appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, are we ready to go to public comment? And then we'll bring it back to the board for further discussion action. All right, great. Let's take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning still.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Just want to go through these alternatives. There's 4 of them. Number 1, the board could choose not to approve the reimbursement agreement as attached and instead approve the alternate scenario described above. Staff would revise the reimbursement agreement as directed and send it to the Board of Supervisors for signature. Number 2, the board could choose to approve either of the reimbursement agreement options presented, but reserve the right to commit MC&FP funds to other projects and or funding obligations before payment is made to the developer. Number 3, the board could choose to continue this item to be considered concurrently with the future MC&FP funding item to more accurately discuss the impacts on the reimbursement agreement's payment schedule. Number 4, the board could choose not to approve the reimbursement agreement in any forms presented and direct staff to return with new options. Staff would return to the board at a later date. The reason why I read those 4 is because it clearly, based on staff's presentation, we have a bid that it's currently in place and it's got a life, and it's only going to last the next, how many days?
September 9th.
September the 9th. You do have a reimbursement, a road improvement agreement with this developer, which essentially is an agreement that the infrastructure identified how it splits between what the county would be obligated to do and what the developer would be obligated to do. So this reimbursement agreement is critically important to setting the relationship between the developer and the county. Also, that means you can't put it off. It's got to be an action today. Essentially, we're trying to look for what options are most acceptable to the county. And certainly there's an obligation. This is a major project. Thank you, Chair, for kind of representing it and getting the developer up here. I'm also a District 3 resident and was project manager on the early Sundance Plaza. So I'm very aware of what is being proposed. There's only one thing I want to get clarity on. I believe Crossings Lane, AKA or something in the staff report. And I understand that's not a county road. That will be a developer maintained, and that's their responsibility. So I just wanted to be sure that I was correct on that. Therefore, how it goes over to El Dorado Road or not, I think it's dependent upon the overall development.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else in the boardroom like to comment on this item? All right, Kim, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Ruth Michelson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Okay. Well, I have to be honest, I didn't listen to the whole presentation, but I heard the ending. And this is an area, I live close to this development, and I pass this sometimes several times a day. And I tell you, it's been an eyesore for an incredible number of years. I don't know what all the delays have been about. I'm sure there must be reasons, but you know, a huge mountain of dirt and houses that finally got torn down and big, huge amounts of water that were puddled there. So I guess it's better that something happened than nothing. Yeah, I understand the argument about keeping tax dollars here and having the big box stores here rather than people going to Folsom. I get that argument. I mean, it does impact our county. The more we become like other places, et cetera, growth versus no growth, you know, all that type of thing. I guess it's an inevitable. A Michaels, what did he say? An Ulta, a Petco, whatever. I mean, I am in support of doing whatever we can to mitigate the traffic there. Like I say, I drive it several times a day. That intersection trying to get on to 50, and it's just, it can be just a really bad mess the way it is right now. So I know technically I don't really know what's going on, but just giving some impressions. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, I'd like to bring this back to the board, and as mentioned, this is our obligation to reimburse the developer. Of course, the developer would like a lump sum, you know, upon completion. I get that. The proposed schedule that I have articulated would leave, you know, the 6.6 million in the MC&FP for the Parkway, which is the bulk of it. And I think it's a middle ground that will allow the developer to have certainty for his requirements and his lenders, move the project forward while not overly impacting our discussion of the Parkway. So with that, because of the time frame, I would like to move that we not approve the reimbursement agreement as attached, and instead approve an alternate reimbursement of $2,195,444.44 per the following schedule. July 24, after the acceptance of the facility, approve up to $400,000 of the available uncommitted MC&FP funds. July 2025, reimburse $1,153,937. And on July 2026, reimburse $641,507, or the balance due on the remainder of the reimbursement authorized in this agreement, and revise the reimbursement agreement as directed and bring it back to the board for approval on consent. And I did give Kim that wording. So
I will second that for discussion.
Okay, further discussion.
My question on the motion is, you use the word up to in the very first
Yes.
allocation. And I think you should use the word up to in the next two. Because at the end, when you said a final payment in 2026 of the 641, 507 or whatever's owing. If the amount's in great excess of that, that would not be our intention. So I think inserting the words up to on all three reimbursements covers us in case there's cost overruns that we did not approve.
All right, let me get clarity on staff on that. I see your point. Staff, I would think especially just the second one would need it because on the third payment would say or balance due.
But what if the balance due is, what if the developer
Exceeds.
expended another million and we think the balance due is 641?
Or the balance due on the remainder of the reimbursement authorized in this agreement. So staff, kind of help us with this.
So the reimbursement agreement stipulates that it's actual costs, and we won't know those until we're done. It includes design and engineering costs, includes construction cost, and there's always change orders and those types of things. So the exact dollar amount will not match precisely. We put it this way so that you have one set of numbers to look at. So I would anticipate that last year will be in excess of that $641,000, just based on past history. So I would think you would want to word it such that if you wanted to say up to $1 million with the remaining balance following or something along those lines, that would allow us to be technically correct and still kind of convey the intent.
So a question then of clarification. So it states, I'm not looking at the reimbursement agreement itself, but I'm sure it's in here. It states the 2,195,444 that we're using to break that down into three payments. Is that in the reimbursement agreement?
Correct, and that's an estimate.
It's an estimate. And so how are the change orders processed?
So when a project goes through construction, we take a look at it. If there's anything that's unforeseen or that comes about, we write a change order to address those conditions. And sometimes that can go up and sometimes it can go down.
Sure.
But there's all that number will inevitably be slightly different. And typically it's a little bit higher because typically there'll be other foreseen things. So that was my point, was just to allow you the flexibility to realize that last payment will be different and will probably be more than what's here. And if you want to authorize up to $1 million in that last year, which is what we generally take in revenue, I think that would allow us to pay them back basically with the full amount of funds we have available at that point, if that's the intent.
Okay. So if we add on the second payment, July 2025, reimburse up to $1,153,937, is that helpful to this agreement rather than a direct amount?
I think it's manageable either way.
Okay. All right. So
yeah, I actually think
County
the up
council
to
is
is
making a squishy face.
Well, I think, I certainly think it's worthwhile to try to get some certainty into what you're looking to do, but I also want to acknowledge that the specific wording, since you are directing that the item come back, that you will have another opportunity to review that to ensure it's consistent with your intent. The way that the agreement is currently drafted, as Adam notes, it does call out a specific number as an estimate. It then contemplates equal payments over the specified repayment period, with the final payment being obviously the remaining balance. And it does reflect an estimated or projected amount of that remaining balance. But as Adam notes, it is actual cost, and it's also subject to the review to ensure compliance with our reimbursement guidelines. So some of these numbers are necessarily going to change. I do want to note maybe one other thing about the payment schedule, because again, as currently proposed in the agreement, it doesn't really give a specific date by which the payments are going to be made. It's based upon some time period after some milestone. In the agreement, it is a year after completion. So it's the expiration of the warranty. I understand that the proposal here today would have the first reimbursement payment be made no earlier than acceptance. So it's a little sooner than what's contemplated. Perfectly fine. That can be done. But then there is some time frame within which there's review of the materials to ensure compliance. So I don't want to create a situation that's difficult to meet. So if they complete the project in July of 2024, we are not going to be prepared to make a reimbursement payment in July of 2024.
That is correct.
So typically it's provided that it's a milestone So it would be payment upon completion of the milestone. In this case, it would be acceptance of the project and then review of eligible facility costs in accordance with the reimbursement guidelines. I don't know how long that would take, but there is some period of time. Later payments are then made based upon the anniversary of that initial payment. So that, again, so let's just say hypothetically, it takes 90 days from completion to review the eligible facility costs.
Mhm.
So payment isn't made until September of 2024.
Yeah.
Typically then, the next year's payment would be made in September of 2025.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I'm a little concerned about hampering staff's ability to review it by putting in fixed dates. So I would suggest that if this is the board's direction, that I think the key thing is to say that the first payment will be made
1 year.
Well, it'll be made, yes, so following acceptance
Mhm,
of the project,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Which is again, changed from what's proposed, but can be done with subsequent payments to be made on the anniversary date of that first payment. And then I think the other key thing is the estimates that you're contemplating for that repayment schedule. Because I think the key is you're contemplating a repayment over a 3-year period. The bulk of which is, I believe in your scenario, would come within year 2. So I think the numbers are appropriate and we can work with the agreement to ensure that they're described merely as estimates. And as you note, I think the up to language is important where warranted because, and this is captured elsewhere in the agreement, we are only committing to spend kind of the uncommitted portion of the MC&FP. So I don't think you're intending to change the portion that if there's money that is, for whatever reason, if the MC&FP does not have funds sufficient to make reimbursement in a particular year, that, again, as contemplated, then that we're not looking at any other sources to backfill that. The agreement provides for kind of an extended payment period to ensure that it is the only recourse for the developer here is the MC&FP itself.
Right, exactly. And that's clear in the reimbursement agreement and our guidelines. Yes.
Right.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I would like to amend my motion that says, following the acceptance of the facility, approve up to $400,000 of the available uncommitted MC&FP funds with subsequent payments made on the anniversary date of the first payment on an annual basis, with on the second payment up to $1,153,937 in year 2, and in the third annual payment up to $1 million or the balance due on the remainder of the reimbursement authorized under this agreement. And with the direction that you can wordsmith that if you need to, but the idea is, 3 payments on an annual basis with the first one due following the acceptance of the facility.
And I would still second that motion.
Yeah.
So I had another question. I thought it was good that the alternative reimbursement looked at reserve. It said $200,000 in reserve. Here's what we could, I think that makes a lot of sense because I believe we need to maintain reserves. With what's being proposed now, can we look at what the reserve would be on an annual basis? Because I'm not sure we don't dip down pretty low in there.
Yeah, and actually, I'm glad that there is a footnote of up to, because the $400,000 would actually get us to exactly 0. And I would feel very uncomfortable with doing so. And so I would definitely want to have some kind of flexibility for the Department of Transportation to come back and say, well, we just don't want to go under this threshold because we feel that would not be a set a good precedence and furthermore not give us the flexibility to be able to move around with the funding in that facility. So yes, as long as we come back and we write something down that says to leave some kind of reserve so that we have that option.
And I think your suggestion of $200,000 is in the right framework, right? So if that is a condition, then I can support this, but I want to make sure we don't deplete the funds to the point that there's nothing there and then something happens and we have to go to tribal funds and do a bunch of
I don't want to commit other funds. Absolutely not.
Right.
Absolutely not.
So here comes Laura.
Hi. Laura Schwartz, Chief Administrative Office.
I'm just gonna make it very clear so you don't jump again. I plan on making a second motion. So.
Okay. So Becky Morton is actually running the pro formas as we're going through this. So this actually does flip us negative in 24-25. So in that second year, we would potentially not have enough in the MC&FP to complete that second year reimbursement. So
if we did $1,153,000.
Yes.
Okay, so what
I don't show that. Yeah. because we should be getting another million into the fund by the end of fiscal year 2024.
That includes that million.
Well, it would be 1.4 million would potentially be in that fund
Are you saying because of
before
the
we make that first payment.
additional retail? Is that what you're
Yes,
counting
yeah,
on?
because sales tax is still coming in throughout the year.
The new
on a
businesses.
No, not new,
You're just saying the existing.
existing. You saw my weird, yeah. It's not exactly
I
there,
don't know what they assumed in the pro forma. I don't know that.
right?
Appreciate knowing exactly what we have.
Okay, and so then that's the difficulty I'm hearing this into this is the fact that it's Diamond Springs. And currently there is a sufficient fund balance of approximately $6 million. But that portion of the funding is been already allocated to Diamond Springs Parkway. So that's where we're having and because we have that unknown, is the unknown of where we are going with the Diamond Springs Parkway.
So just for discussion, in 1 year or 2 years, when will we have a better idea of the Diamond Springs Parkway and the MCNFP actual, what's actually pulled out of there? 1 year or 2 years, you think we'll know? Because I know you want to get started. You have that grant deadline and all this stuff.
Yeah, that grant
When will we
deadline
know
is,
better about this money? You know what I mean? Like what's really in there? When will we know?
well, I mean, that's why when we come back to the board next month and have a decision on the direction with the Diamond Springs Parkway, that's when we will be able to know exactly where and how much we're going to have for that project. So it's once we have that discussion with the board.
Okay. So that's kind of why I wanted to go with alternate 3.
Let's see what you've
So the
you've come up with
discrepancy
here.
between our two was
Okay.
Becky's is updated with our most current year-end
Okay.
numbers. Now, keeping in mind the reimbursement agreement, we always have in there that if funding is not available, we shift it forward to the next year. So
So what are you looking at in terms of revenue?
25, 26.
Would there be 200,000 in the first year with a reserve, left of 200,000? And then $1 million in year 2?
Okay, so this is 25, 26. So if we, at this point, and this is just assuming $1 million, we don't, there's always potential interest. There's some additional, this is just a flat $1 million estimate. We would be negative 150,000 in 25, 26. So if you wanted to keep 200,000 in there, then that would be a reduction of 350,000 off that payment and off the million, the 1.1539737.
So if we did $200,000 in year 24, 25 to leave a reserve of 200,000. And then in 25, 26, reimburse up to $1 million. And then with the, in 26, 27, reimburse up to $1 million.
You're good.
Okay.
And those are specifics that we can actually work together and bring back to the board so that then we have the exact numbers. And especially after we do have a determination of where we're going with Diamond Springs Park.
I should probably add that to that.
And
Up
then
to, because you minimize that.
Yeah, up to $1 million in year 2, up to $1 million in year 3. Now, if cost projections go over, then the balance is due in 27, 28. Now, maybe that we'll be able to pay off the balance in 26, 27. Does that work for the projections?
It works for the projection.
Okay.
Good,
Thank you
good, good, good.
so
Thank you
much.
for
I
that.
appreciate this. I know-
Real-time decision-making. Thank you.
So with that, I will amend my motion to you have all the others too. Following the acceptance of the facility, approve up to $200,000 of the available uncommitted MC&FP funds. You know the language, but year two, in 25-26, it would be up to $1 million. 26-27, up to $1 million. Or the balance due on the remainder of the reimbursement authorized in this agreement. And if there is more of a balance, that would come in 27-28. And then bring that back to the board for approval and consent and signature. Okay.
Third time's a charm. I'll
Okay.
second that as well.
Okay, and then we have another motion.
I do, because I'm really concerned about doing this math on the fly. It just, and it feels very forced. And quite honestly, the first payment isn't going to be significantly different than what you're proposing and what's here before us, the recommended, isn't that different? And what's recommended by staff with the 6 payments will give the applicant certainty to go to his lenders. It's the certainty. And then I feel once we shake things out in a year or two with costs changing on both projects, there's so many unknowns. I just feel that we need to give ourselves the space, yet provide the guarantee and revisit in a year or two. I just think that's smarter. We have a lot of uncertainty, generally speaking, in the county with our budget right now. We're talking about everybody tightening their belts. Things are getting tighter, not looser. So why not give ourselves the breathing space and the certainty all at the same time, approve what's before us. The first year payment isn't gonna be that different than what you're proposing anyway, 329,000. So, and then put it in there though, we'll revisit, I don't know, that's why I was asking 1 year or 2 years. When is a better time to revisit this? And maybe we can make one big balloon payment for all I know. But I just feel that giving us the space to watch these projects really shake out with their increased costs. We don't want to
understand
get
what you're saying.
caught, and there isn't a significant difference in the first couple of years anyways with the payments. So do you think 1 year or 2 year revisit, if we were to go with what's recommended, Raphael, would give us the space to figure it all out?
I mean, obviously, the further you go out, the more precise you are going to be with any kind of estimate and forecast. But like I said, even a month from now would give us more clarity as to the direction that the department and the board wants us to go.
Yeah.
And with what we have in the funding. So it's really up to the discretion of the board.
Right, okay. I'd like to approve it, what's recommended, the 6 payments, so at least we give the applicant the certainty, we're doing what's legally required, and then revisit in a year to see where we really are with these projects and the costs and everything. I just think that's smart not to push too fast. And revisiting in a year, we still could come up with, here's your money. I don't know, but it's potentially could happen that way.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, and I understand I understand where you're coming from. Where I'm coming from, I want to get these obligations done. I want to get this project up and running and close out phase 1 of the MC&FP and garner, 50% of the sales tax revenue this quarter to our general fund rather than 15% of the MC&FP. But I appreciate where you're coming from. So
The thing is, I just want to make sure that we have enough adequate reserves. And that's just one of the things that I'm concerned about.
I appreciate that too. And that's why we've gone up to, and in the reimbursement agreement, it talks about uncommitted funds in the reimbursement agreement. So we don't overcommit.
Right.
So, all right, we have a second motion. Kim, let's take that first. Yes.
Supervisor Rydell, how do you vote?
Do we need to say what it is
Oh,
first,
yes.
though? Let's make
To-
sure we
to
know what we're
approve
voting
the-
on.
just
I
to
just want to make sure we
sure.
know what we're voting on.
So the second motion is to approve staff's recommendation as laid out in the staff report that is 6 equal payments, well, not equal, but 6 payments to reimburse the full obligation.
And revisit in a year.
And revisit in a year.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Sorry, Supervisor Heidel registered a no vote. I didn't have my mic on. Sorry, I apologize. Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Lane, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
No. Okay, so
Motion
then we will
fails.
take the first motion and we don't need to read it again, do we?
I hope not.
Okay, good.
Belabored enough.
Let's take a roll call
version?
vote. Yeah, the final version.
did you want me to read the motion back into the record for this vote?
Do you have it?
Sort of. So we have a motion made by Supervisor Thomas, seconded by Supervisor Lane to not approve the reimbursement agreement as attached and to instead approve an alternate reimbursement per the following schedule. For the first annual payment after the acceptance of the project and review of eligible facility costs, approve up to 200,000 of the available uncommitted MCNFP fund. Second, number two, second annual payment reimburse up to 1 million on the anniversary of the initial payment. Third, the third annual payment reimburse up to 1 million or the balance due on the remainder of the reimbursement authorized in this agreement. And four, fourth annual payment, any balance due to be paid. And five, revise the reimbursement agreement as directed and bring back to the board for approval.
You are good.
Wow.
Well
Yeah,
done.
that is
Well
good.
done.
Wow.
All right, can we have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Lane, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Harlan, how do you vote?
No.
Yes, right, motion carries. All right, thank you everyone for the thoughtful discussion. All right, thank you, staff. All right, so with that, it is 12:10. So I think at this point we will break for lunch and then come back and follow, recognizing that following our 1 p.m. open forum, we will hear our presentation from OWAPR, our item number 34.
Are there any items that can be continued or are we just gonna be here till forever?
It seems like that, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
Luckily, a lot of them will go quickly. I think, well,
Okay.
item number 35 might not. But
Right.
Let me confer with our
I'm
CAO.
sorry.
So the question was, are there any items that you recommend that we defer to another time for the sake of our? Let's look at it after lunch break. Okay, let's revisit after the lunch break. Okay, we'll explore that. All right, thank you. We'll explore. Well, good afternoon, El Dorado County. We are back, and I wish all of those out there are watching could see the audience we have today. It's a very esteemed group. Welcome. Nice to see all of our fire safety personnel here in our Office of Wildfire Prevention, Resiliency, well, Preparedness and Resiliency. So, oh, whopper, really nice to have you in the house. So with that, Kim, actually, we will move to open forum first before we hear item 34.
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the board chamber that would like to address the board? Come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, honorable board members. My name is Shannon Starr. I'm with Operating Engineers Local 3, and I'm here today with members of the Corrections Unit. And I'd like to speak a little bit on the jail and the corrections staff. So in December of 2022, HR did a report for the beginning of negotiations, which showed that there were 7 vacancies in the corrections unit area. There's now 19. So 8.5 months later, we've lost 12 more staff members. On top of that, 2 more have just given notice in the last week. 5 more are in backgrounds for other positions within the county. And another 5 that we know of are in backgrounds for other agencies outside of the county. The staffing should be 85. It's currently 66, and we're in danger of dropping to below 55. It takes 55 just to run the jail at full time. Part of the competition is the county's own jobs in juvenile hall with the probation department. The county gave juvenile hall and probation department employees a large raise, and they now make almost 30% more than the staff in the jail. That means the staff that's dealing with youth offenders in smaller numbers, 10 to 20 at a time, are making almost 30% more than the officers that are dealing with violent felons, 100 to 225 inmates, depending on which facility they work with. And they're competing with an easier position that makes a lot more money than them. What we need is lateral recruitment, and it's almost impossible. The pay is too low, and the only incentive right now is the health insurance benefit rate for the corrections members. Currently, the county is trying to remove that benefit and change it so that the employees have to pay even higher amounts. As I'm sure you're aware, the grand jury had said that El Dorado County is a training ground in the 21-22 report. And unfortunately, that's still an issue. The county has stepped up recruitment, but it does nothing for the employees that leave after 1 year when they qualify to go to other agencies at higher pays. El Dorado County currently has large amounts, millions of dollars in the contingency and reserve budget. However, that money in reserves to help pay for those positions should we come at hard times is going to do nothing if there's nobody left in the positions to fill. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Alan Gendron. I live on the east side of Placerville off Sly Park Road. What I'd like to talk to you about today is the fire mitigation program, or lack thereof. I was involved in 2020, shortly after the fire mitigation program started, with the Pleasant Valley Fire Council. We had Ms. Frenzen from this committee at that meeting, and nothing happened. Nothing happened with regards to anything. That fire council is now defunct because nothing happened. It was all just talk and nothing was done. My fire insurance, when I first moved here, was a quarter of what my taxes were. It now exceeds my tax bill by 100%. 500% increase. in fire insurance, which is outrageous. I mean, it's sinful what's going on. I've spoken to Supervisor Turnbull a couple times this year. I've spoken to the El Dorado Hills Fire Department. In fact, I spoke to them in February, and in March of 2023, they came out and did a inspection on my property. Subsequent to that, nothing, never heard anything. They instructed me to go to, Supervisor Turnbull instructed me to go to the Fire Resiliency Group, which I've just finally got in touch with August 17th and spoke to Richard Galvin, who's been the most helpful person out of this whole thing that's going on to help individuals out, at least give me direction and how to go about things. There's no coordination. There's no coordination between El Dorado Hills Fire Department. There's no coordination between the Fire Resiliency Group, and there's no coordination between you supervisors, because no one can give any direction from the beginning. I've kind of had to work through it myself, which is extremely frustrating. The bottom line is nothing has still been done. I started talking to this supervisory group in January. That's 6 months ago. Nothing's been done. The Fire Resiliency Group people are getting paid. The fire departments are getting paid for their inspections, but nothing's been done with regards to fire mitigation. Now it's to a point where me as a citizen, I have to turn in neighbors that aren't doing their due diligence around their homes. And I'm responsible to do that. I think it's outrageous. Where are my tax dollars being spent? What's being done in our area? We have one road in, one road out, and we can't get anyone out there to do anything to mitigate our fire issues.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
You've certainly touched upon a critical issue, and I encourage you to stay for this next item, which will be our wildfire strategy on this critical issue. All right. Any other comments in the board chambers?
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. I was there in person earlier and commend you on your wonderful proclamation for September 11th. I urge you to look at another very important day in September, which is the 22nd. That is Native California Day. El Dorado is blessed to have a federally recognized First Peoples Nation, the Shingle Springs Band, which has been very successful lifting themselves up academically as well, and generously shares that bounty with the county. They have an awesome exhibit right now at the Sacramento Historical Museum in Old Sacramento. Urge people to take a look at that. And I was honored to be able to attend. Public was invited, their big time, which happens each year. And that was last weekend, perhaps in the to and froms, one of the supervisors went there. I just think it's so important as we look at our gold rush history and everything that went down here, that we recognize that sadly, this was the epicenter of genocide concerning our Native peoples, and any group that's able to rebuild their culture deserves both our respect and deep, deep appreciation. So please consider either this year or next year honoring California Native American Day. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon. 390, there you go.
Good morning. Good afternoon, pardon me. Ken Greenwood, districts 235. I get so confused. Triple Junction out here off Sly Park Road. The nice man also from the Sly Park Road area suggested that there are some issues out there with fire insurance. Yes, there is. Mine increased when $1,000 a year just because the fire hydrant that I can see down on Sly Park Road from my house, it's about, as the crow flies, 300 feet away. It turns out it's 1,153 feet as the fire truck rolls. And that caused me to have to pay another $1,000 per year. Yes, my fire insurance is more than my taxes. I'll have to verify that. I'm pretty sure that if it's not higher, it is equal. Something needs to be done here. The presentation is coming up. Hopefully, I have some answers or some explanation, hard telling. But it's killing us. My retirement was based on and mapped out at basically $2,000, $3,000 less a year than I'm actually paying now for the increases in fire insurance. So please, let's look into that. And there was a comment on the earlier item that was mailed in that suggested that this be part of your plan. I do look forward to what's going on next. Also, there's something that was brought up in a public comment was about AT&T up in Strawberry, not when the power goes out, their power drops off somewhat. And why can't we have roaming? And I thought that was a good idea. Because again, we've approved so many of AT&T's projects. Why aren't they giving back to the community? The one out in Pleasant Valley is still an eyesore and will for the next 100 years. Anyway, and I'm looking at those two trees, the one we were promised and the one we actually got that kind of looks like a shaft of some sort. So, yes, and I'm wondering why I have not heard or what's the What's the status of the upgrade on the wireless ordinance? Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Good afternoon.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Yeah, just kind of a question comment. So I was there at the beginning of the meeting. I heard you, Chair Thomas, talk about reorganizing the agenda for today, putting things in a different order. I patiently listened through item 30 and 31, really waiting for 32. And then you went to lunch, and I know we're coming back to 34 after this. And, just to let you know, so the public, such as myself, who has, this is not my job, right, to come to board meetings, I do have work. And so I came home and I do work while I listen to this in the background. And then I have an afternoon full of meetings, et cetera, et cetera. We're all busy people. So I'm just wondering if you could clarify. I know you had said you asked the CAO, what items might you be putting off to another time? And so I just, if after I gave my comment or whatever, if you can give us a better idea of what's going on with the order of things today, that'd be really appreciated. And so I could see if I could fit in number 30 about the proclamation. I hope you haven't already discussed it. I hope I didn't miss it, but no, I said 30, I mean 32. The other thing, someone else brought up ordinance, and I have a question about an ordinance that I think has been brought up, but I don't know if it's ever come forward. And that had to do with affordable housing, that there is some kind of state mandate, I believe, that something like 10% of new developments have lower cost housing in them. And I remember being in a hearing, actually an appeal that I was part of and had filed against, the big developer in El Dorado Hills, and how that gentleman stated clearly, yeah, well, there was no enforcement in this county because you all hadn't done due diligence with having an enforcement policy. So I was just curious if it's sometime you could tell me where that stands. Maybe when I was elsewhere, you actually passed that ordinance, which would be wonderful. And if you have it, I'm wondering where it is on the docket to try to get that in place so that we can have developers create that type of housing in their developments. Thank you.
We'll get clarity on that. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, let me address the agenda first of all, and I thank everyone for their patience today. We have, like I said, a packed agenda and it has been rather fluid. Good news, Ruth, you have not missed item 32, the proclamation policy. The way I've just conferred with our CEO, the way the afternoon is going to look is right now we will go into item number 34, which is our presentation from a Whopper. We are going to hear, because of their nexus, 34, 35, 36. So the emergency services assessment and 211 services, we're going to hear those together. We're going to move our 2 p.m. closed session item 39 after our 3 p.m. And then at the end of the day, we're going to revisit the proclamation policy and the jurisdictional reorganization. Unfortunately, we have a packed agenda on September 12th, and we're just going to have to push through today. Thoughts from the board?
No, just my son's moving out of the state this evening. I wanted to be home. So that was all.
Well,
So we're not hearing 39 at 2?
no.
Okay, we're
push
gonna
that out.
hear
So,
34.
yeah. So any other thoughts, CAO?
The other alternative is there is a closed session item that we could continue and maybe we just see how the meeting goes. And
That's number 38, right? Is it
38? Yes.
let's look at,
And we could certainly
Item 38,
discuss
yes.
whether or not we wanted to continue item 33, the jurisdictional reorganization. So we have some flexibility in those two items if we want to.
would the board wish to continue closed session item number 38 as well as item number 33, the jurisdictional reorganization? Because that could be a lengthier discussion.
Yeah.
Does that work as a
That would
compromise?
help. Yeah, because I don't see these going fast today.
I know. Okay,
They're
we will do
big.
that. All right. Sounds good. All right, so with
Yeah.
that. To a date time certain,
December.
December.
Basically.
Did you say December?
Our next regularly scheduled board meeting,
There it
September
is.
12th.
Okay, great.
Which
All
is
right.
already packed, correct?
Yeah.
So
All
we're
right,
gonna
so
pack and
let's
already
jump
packed.
in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Item number 34. Here we go. We're looking forward to it. Item Kim, can you read that into the record?
Item number 34 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, recommending the board consider the following. 1, receive and file an update on the development of the county's wildfire strategy and general program activities and initiatives to date. And 2, adopt and endorse the wildfire strategy, incorporating any changes as directed by the board.
Good afternoon, Sue.
Good afternoon, Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office and the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, which we affectionately call the OWAPR. We're happy to be here for our third official update to you all since we established the office officially last July 1st. And before we begin, I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to introduce you to the new staff in the office and turn it over them to do the presentation. But I wanted to acknowledge our coordination group members who are here. So with CAL FIRE, we have Chief Mike Blankenheim. We don't have Forest Service. We've got with OES, Lieutenant Troy Morton in the back. We've got Chief Tim Cordero representing the County Fire Chiefs Association. We have Hugh Council representing the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council. We've got Ron Phillips with the Fire Prevention Officers and Mark Egbert with the RCD. Of course, you all know very well is at a conference today, so couldn't join us. And we may have online a couple of folks, but the other members of the coordination group are Milan Yates with the Tahoe Conservancy representing the Tahoe Fire and Fields team, and Nikki Johnny, who is the Fire Management Officer for the El Dorado National Forest. So all of those folks have been so engaged with us this entire time, and we meet twice monthly, so it's a big time commitment. Really appreciate that. Also want to recognize other stakeholders in the room. So we also have our unit forester, Megan Sheeline with CAL FIRE. We've got County Chief Jeff Mahode with their community wildfire mitigation programs. And then staff, GIS, who has been amazing, Jennifer Carlton, and our new hire. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on your name.
Heidi, welcome. We were able to get Heidi. She hasn't even graduated from college yet, but we worked out a deal to snag her before anyone else could snatch her up.
Nice.
So GIS has been amazing in helping with our data hub and some of the other initiatives, and Jason Hill, who's just stepping in as well, right on cue. So staff, we have a small staff in our office, but we actually at the moment have all of our allocations filled. Of course, our extra help who were here from the beginning, we have Ken Pimlott and we've got Janet Berenson, both CAL FIRE alumni. Our new program manager, Tom Meyer, I think you met him last time you were here. And we've got our analyst, Clarissa Lowe, and our senior defensible space inspector, Richard Galvin. So we're happy to have them all on board. And I will turn it over to Tom to get us going.
Right, well, you're all incredibly busy people, and we truly appreciate you being here today and your coordination with the county on this in this critical area. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board. Tom Meyer, and I'll say it once and then we'll just go with the acronym, but Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. Yep. And then before I get started, I'd just like to recognize and give credit to OWOPR staff from other county departments, and then all the members representing our various coordination and working groups for their significant engagement and contributions that have brought our office and the county to the place that we are today, which is working towards a fire adapted county. I'm new coming into this office and certainly at the tail end of a lot of these different efforts, but it's really exciting to see this collaboration or collaborative approach really take form and already pay dividends. So today we're here to go over the proposed wildfire strategy and then get into just a general program update. And recognizing that you have a busy rest of the afternoon, we'll try and get through this as quickly as possible. Next slide. So why we're here today. Back in March of 2022, staff provided an update to your board with the efforts to date of the Vegetation Management and Wildfire Resiliency Working Group. And based on those recommendations, the board took the following actions. One of them was to add a new strategic plan theme to the county strategic plan, which was to lead and facilitate the creation and maintenance of fire adapted communities. And with that, a task of preparing a county wildfire protection strategy. And the purpose of that task is to prepare a comprehensive wildfire prevention and preparedness strategy for El Dorado County that fosters the creation, coordination, and maintenance of fire adapted communities and is in alignment with federal, state, and local policies, plans, and initiatives. Also with that item, the board officially approved the creation of the OWOPR under the CAO effective July that year. And the role of OWOPR was to prioritize and coordinate efforts on a countywide level based on the wildfire protection strategy that we'll get into. So real quick, this was originally created as the Vegetation Management and Wildfire Resilience Coordination Group. It's evolved a little bit since then, and it's now the Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience Coordination Group. And we'll kind of refer to them throughout the presentation as the coordination group. So currently, this consists of OWOPR staff, representatives from CAL FIRE Amador El Dorado Unit, the El Dorado National Forest, El Dorado County Fire Chiefs Association, El Dorado County Fire Safe Council, El Dorado County Fire Prevention Officers Association, El Dorado and Georgetown Divide Resource Conservation Districts, the Tahoe Fire and Fields Team, and most recently a representative from the El Dorado County Office of Emergency Services. So this coordination group has played an integral role in developing the proposed wildfire strategy and will continue to guide OWOPR during the implementation for the specific work plan and excuse me, and activities within the strategy. Next slide. Oh, sorry, back one. So this one covers the role of OWOPR. So annually and then kind of long-term, the role is to complete activities and projects that are identified and guided by the annual work plan contained within the wildfire strategy. Serve in a liaison role between the coordination group, the chief administrative office, your board, and then also stakeholders and interested parties within the county. We facilitate the exchange and centralization of information between both internal and external county partners, and participate in regional and statewide efforts related to wildfire preparedness. And then also manage the county's defensible space program.
So Tom, on that one, could you explain what you mean by manage? That's a term that gets largely misused. Who's responsible for what? What's the enforcement? I don't want to belabor this, but that's a big word. And I don't know the county's stepping up to manage everything in defensible space.
Well, I think we can get into this further after the presentation, but I think it's worth noting that this used to be called the Vegetation Management Program, and it's currently called the Vegetation Management Ordinance.
Yep.
We are actually in the process of updating the ordinance to in part change the name.
Yep.
And we are now referring to the program as the Defensible Space Program, because the name vegetation management gives the impression that the county is actually going to undertake vegetation management on people's private property, which we don't have the authority to do. And it is also the responsibility of property owners. So really what the ordinance is, the purpose of the ordinance and the purpose of the program is to educate people on what they need to do to provide that defensible space, and then link them up with resources such as the programs through the Fire Safe Council and other resources that we can get to help them actually do that work. So that's the differentiation there.
Okay, I'd feel more comfortable if it said facilitate or something where they're supposed to manage, but that's just my interpretation of the word.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ken Pimlott, and he's going to walk through the wildfire strategy, how it was developed, core elements, and so forth. And then I'll come back to go over some of the activities.
Excellent. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ken.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you, members, chair of the board and members, Ken Pimlott, and we'll be hearing from Tom quite a bit later. But what I wanted to do was just quickly refresh on the elements of the strategy, and the reminder, as we've talked about the previous times that we have been here, is that when we first talked about this, we were thinking is a strategy of another 400-page document that's going to, tell us everything that we need to know about what we need to do. And we soon realized there are lots of documents, there are lots of guiding pieces of information out there. Our goal was to really streamline and provide that framework from which to actually, what guides us to get the work done, what tells us where we need to be working, who we should be working with and engaging. And so the strategy is just that. It's, as we've talked about, it's that 50,000 foot look and guidance document. So one of the first pieces of that was, and this came specifically from the original board direction, was engaging stakeholders. And we've talked for 1.5 years in the group about, what is a stakeholder? And just like management, stakeholder is another word that gets thrown out a lot. And there are lots of different definitions and lots of different meanings and interpretations. So the coordination group felt very strongly about what the stakeholder is in this process. And it's anybody or organization that's responsible for providing resources, whether it's fiscal, technical, a workforce, and or have the expertise related to a specific project or activity. They have the ability to influence decision makers through direct participation in the planning process. So in a nutshell, the group felt very strongly, these are people that are rolling up their sleeves, getting their hands dirty and doing the work, and they're committing time, effort, resources. They're committed to the process. Differentiated from interested parties. And we felt strongly that there's a broader group of individuals and organizations that are interested in what we're doing. And they have a vested interest in wildfire resilience in the county, but they may not have that direct stakeholder role. So we felt it was important to define that, differentiate that, and folks can go back and forth between the two, depending on the issue. But that is going forward, sort of the guiding principle as to how we're engaging and expecting folks to participate along the way in the process as we move forward. Next slide, Kim. Thank you. So can't read that on the screen, but this is the, the organization chart that we have revised multiple times as this process has really morphed and we further defined and understood the strategy. And in a nutshell, it is really where OWOPR fits, working, of course, within the chief administrator's office. But the dashed lines that you can see coming out from that are just that. It's the coordination, it's the facilitation, both to the coordination group, but then also out to this broad group of stakeholders and interested parties. So it's the exchange of information, facilitation, all of that back and forth. It's not directing, it's not telling people, it's this communication, it's coordination, it's bringing folks together. But underneath both of those boxes, both from the coordination group and from the stakeholders, are solid lines, and those are down to the various essential working groups. And those are solid lines because all of the people and their staffs working within the coordination group and all of the stakeholders are directly engaged in facilitating, staffing out, and doing the work in the various elements of those boxes, which are what we'll now walk through very quickly as the policy or the organizational sections of the strategy itself. So on the next slide, we have basically the strategic elements of the strategy, and it's public outreach, policy, data management and sharing, planning, funding coordination, project coordination on the western slope of the county, and project coordination within the Tahoe Basin. All of those pieces then, as Tom mentioned, they guide the development of OWOPR's annual work plan. Specific task projects and associated timelines are identified from those groups. Again, that's providing recommendations, information coming from stakeholders and the coordination group back into OWOPR for consideration. And conversely, coming back out, asking for support from the county to the various stakeholders and members of the coordination group. Next slide. So the strategic elements I mentioned, starting with public outreach. The various partners and team members within the coordination group have stepped up to help lead different efforts. So CAL FIRE has stepped up to lead our public outreach working group. And there are many folks and organizations that are participating in that. And it is really, again, we identified early on that a coordinated messaging system, a process where we're developing the information strategy for this wildfire strategy and the work we do, doing it together. Not just sharing each other's Facebook pages, but actually crafting the messaging together on these shared projects and the shared vision for the county. That's what the working group is working on. And Tom will go into much more detail on specific elements of this from the work plan, but that's just an example of what's going on. Shared webpage at OWOPR that the agencies are contributing to, and our participation in the county fair together. Seems simple, but it has drawn so many of our groups and organizations together under that theme. Another strategic element is policy. And we've engaged in this in a number of elements over the last year, but evaluating and providing feedback on federal, state, and local legislation and policy. That's been a huge piece of this think tank, if you will, is to be able to take information to this group, vet it, and then bring it back so we can provide good feedback and information to the board, to the CAO, and others. You've heard about the Defensible Space Working Group, which you'll hear more about, but that's a big piece of the policy. It's not just the ordinance rewrite, which is on the list, but it's much broader than that. It's how are we in El Dorado County engaging in defensible space collectively? How are the fire safe councils, the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, our fire districts, all working together to truly, at the end of the day, we want folks to have properties that are safe, and we want properties that meet or exceed the requirements, not just because it's the law, but because it's what's going to help protect these homes against wildfire. And so it's a much bigger package than just an ordinance or just the state's public resources code. It's this collective program that we're implementing. Data management and sharing. Tom will talk more about this, but a key element of the strategy has been putting all the data together in one place. And it was agreed to early on by all of the partners that the county was the best place to facilitate that. And working very closely with the El Dorado Water Agency, we've been able to start really doing some neat things with a data hub. And really kudos to our GIS program for leading the way. But then it's bigger than just mapping applications. It's how are we combining all of this data into one area for accessibility and sharing. And it's not a simple process, but folks are coming to the table. So a big piece of the strategy is that data management. And then it's planning. Again, Tom will talk more about the specifics right now, but it's all these different plans, hazard mitigation plans, safety element. They're all happening right now at the same time, the revisions. And so we've got a perfect opportunity. We're bringing all that together and having those discussions at the same time. So the plans actually inform each other and are saying, much of the same things, even though they're responsible for their own regulatory requirements, et cetera. We're doing it in a very coordinated fashion. So planning, big piece of the strategy. So funding coordination, and this was probably one of the ones that drove the coordination group formation from the beginning, is that El Dorado County collectively, all the partners have been very successful over the years in bringing grants to the table. Many of the CAL FIRE grants, federal grants from the Forest Service, and others. And they've been managed in large part by the Resource Conservation District. The challenge we know are multiple silos, lots of stuff happening, but not everyone talking, applying for the same grants, overlap, all of that. And so the funding coordination is probably one of the single biggest areas of discussion that the coordination group has. And it is coming together under the umbrella of the strategy, with everyone recognizing we've got to continue to have those conversations and determine it's not writing a project to fit a grant. It's the other way around. It's building our projects under this strategy and then finding the right grants and the right applicants so everything fits. And so we continue to have those discussions and availability. And again, what everybody's bringing to the table here is significant. And then it's project coordination, both on the Western Slope and in the Tahoe Basin. Again, the Resource Conservation District has done a large part of the project management for particularly the Fire Safe Council funded projects, but there are many others out there. And just facilitating how all that's getting done, the workload. Every time someone applies for and receives a grant, it generates a huge workload, not only from the fiscal administration, but somebody has to manage the project, hire the contractors, do the quarterly reports, do the scope of work, prepare the environmental review. All those things have to happen. And the scale of the grants we're seeing, $2 million plus for each grant, it's a significant amount of effort and work. And so having those discussions up front as to how we're coordinating all of that, the management of that, who's going to do it, scarce resources, so we're not all going after the same contractors. All of those are the kinds of things that are really starting to develop under discussion, under project coordination. And bringing in the Tahoe Basin has been such a huge benefit to all of us here on the Western Slope, because so much work had been done in the Tahoe Basin through the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team and some of the other efforts there, that they've now been participating, as Tom said, every other week in our coordination group meeting, and they're very engaged, and the information they're bringing and sharing has really helped us understand how we can apply things here on the West Slope, but also at the same time recognize we can do some things in sync with the basin while not messing their mojo up there, because they are very far ahead in a lot of areas. And so we've been able to really learn from each other and do some things coordinating together. In particular, applying the Defensible Space Program. It's not just a Western El Dorado County program, it's an El Dorado County wide program. So our consistencies with what's happening in the basin and working with the fire districts there is really starting to grow as we implement the program countywide. So again, in a nutshell, that's the overarching group. And when you can look at the document and read the org chart, you can see how things sort of fit in, and the strategy itself really lays out what each of those sections and functions are doing. But where it's at is where the rubber meets the road, and that's in the annual work plan, which is required by the strategy. And I think you'll find there's a lot of things that are in the works and also have been happening over the last year that Tom can step up and talk about.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ken.
All right, excuse me. So as I mentioned earlier, the OWOPR is tasked with carrying out the annual work plan activities that are identified in that wildfire strategy. So this gives a high-level overview of what some of those activities are for 2023. And as Ken mentioned, some of these are in progress, some are ongoing, and then some are upcoming. And just to note, this is not an all-encompassing list of everything that we're working on. And we'll get into some of these in more detail. But it includes engaging a consultant to prepare an update to the existing Western El Dorado Community Wildfire Protection Plan and a risk assessment. Coordination of planning efforts. These are just ongoing for the foreseeable future for our office. The GIS data hub and mapping tool. I'll touch on this a bit later, but we just released it a few weeks ago to the public. And with that, the phase 1 is completed and we're moving on to phase 2. Ongoing information outreach, the Defensible Space Program, the California Wildfire Mitigation Grant Program, Fire Safe Coordinator Grant, and FireWise Communities. So the Western El Dorado CWPP, this was last done a few years ago. However, as priorities continue to evolve and other similar plans from other county departments or outside agencies are in the process of being revised, it was determined that an update to our existing CWPP was necessary. The goal with this is to address gaps in the Western El Dorado CWPP through more of a stakeholder-based grassroots collaborative approach that is both informed by and complements the Tahoe Basin CWPP that's currently undergoing its revision, as well as the CAL FIRE Unit Fire Plan, the County Local Hazard Mitigation Plan update, and the County General Plan Safety Element update. So the purpose of this will be to serve as a framework to guide future wildfire hazard mitigation and basis to establish priorities, secure funding opportunities to implement identified mitigation efforts, and provide a methodology for monitoring progress and tracking accomplishments. We're currently in the process of initiating the RFP and hope to award and select a consultant within the next 2 months or so and kick off the project with a targeted completion date of summer of 2024. Next up is the GIS data hub and mapping tool. So OWOPR has served as the liaison for this effort, but as Ken said, major kudos to Jason and his staff with the surveyor's office because they've done the brunt of the work and that's outside of our area of expertise. So really relying on that partnership with both them and the El Dorado Water Agency to really develop a public-facing online mapping tool and data sharing platform. This is available on our website, and as simple as it sounds, one of the benefits of this is being able to map out all the projects that are in process or planned across various county departments or outside organizations. So you can see the areas that are where there's an overlap or potential coordination and planning of efforts to really tackle projects in defensible space, vegetation management on a larger scale. So really excited about that one. So as I said, phase 1, it was released to the public a few weeks ago, available on our website. And there's an option to submit feedback and then working with the GIS group to make any revisions as needed. And then the next phase will be developing data governance and standards, and that's in progress right now. And again, just provides real-time access to information across agencies and organizations to track projects and share applicable data. The Defensible Space Program. In July of this year, we hired a senior defensible space inspector, Richard Galvin. So we're really excited to have him here, and he was able to dive right in. So we're very excited about that. Richard is tasked with leading ongoing coordination efforts to address defensible space across the county. That includes education and outreach, completing inspections, complaint investigation, and enforcement under the current county vegetation management and defensible space ordinance, and then coordinating the defensible space efforts with under contracts that we have with both the El Dorado Hills and Lake Valley fire districts. And most recently, he'll serve as our office's and the county's FireWise coordinator. County emphasis areas. For 2023, the county, in coordination with its working group, has identified 5 county emphasis areas. These include Upper Apache and Myers, the Stewart Mine area in Kelsey, Bassey Road in Lotus, Texas Hill in Placerville, and Outingdale in Somerset. So the goal of the county emphasis areas and defensible space is to implement a coordinated defensible space program throughout the county to target high fire hazard emphasis areas and help residents achieve defensible space requirements through education and outreach. With this, we are in the process of conducting a series of defensible space informational public workshops for these areas. We've conducted the one in Garden Valley in South Lake Tahoe. And upcoming are Lotus, Placerville, and Somerset. Again, the goal is to provide information and answer any questions of the public prior to the fire districts conducting their defensible space inspections. And then we'll also now have a representative from the county's OES office to address any evacuation related questions or concerns that come up. That was kind of a learned experience from our first one. So excited to have that support there as well. Excuse me. Additional efforts, and this was a significant undertaking and we're kind of getting close to the finish line on this one. But in partnership with the Defensible Space Working Group, we've prepared a draft defensible space ordinance that will replace the current vegetation management and defensible space ordinance. We're hoping to get that to your board for a public hearing and first reading in October this year. And then next steps include getting it out for stakeholder review and then scheduling meetings to take in some comments for that prior to bringing it to the board. We've also conducted defensible space assessment training with a total of 70 evaluators trained, the majority of which represent the fire safe councils. There's 30 of those in the county, and they'll be assisting with completing those inspections for their areas. We've also engaged with the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council, and they've had an incredibly busy year, but current assistance programs include the completion of 426 chipping jobs, which total about $180,000 spent to date this year, and 121 defensible space clearing jobs. That's roughly $120,000 spent to date this year.
Is that all West Slope?
Yes. What Ken said. And then funding for these jobs is provided through grants and partnerships with AQMD, the U.S. Forest Service, CAL FIRE, SMUD, PG&E, BLM, the El Dorado Community Foundation, Friends of Seniors, and the Women's Fund. And then the Fire Safe Council, through an agreement with the county, also receives Title III funds. And this is funding to cover multiple years, defensible space, green waste disposal, and public education. So as Ken mentioned, one of the other activities is information outreach. And this is ongoing, but the group has worked extremely hard to get us to the point that we are right now. And we look forward to further enhancing that. But the goal is to create a unified approach to communication and information exchange across a variety of agencies and organizations. There's a lot of information and resources out there. Our goal is to consolidate it and make it all available through OWOPR's page. So residents and homeowners aren't having to go out to a multitude of different websites or offices to get information. So as I said, a OWOPR website will serve as the hub for this, and also ensure consistent messaging, current information, and available resources. And then OWOPR staff provide staffing and website support to the public outreach working group, maintain the website to keep it current with information and resources. As Ken mentioned, coordinating and participating in the county fair, and then any other public events that come up, and then also holding stakeholder meetings. Planning coordination, this is going to be an ongoing effort for our office. And it's facilitating the coordination and participation in a variety of planning efforts that are in progress or upcoming. So as I mentioned, there's the Western El Dorado Community Wildfire Protection Plan, the Tahoe Basin Community Wildfire Protection Plan update, Local Hazard Mitigation Plan, General Plan Safety Element, and then CAL FIRE's Unit Fire Plan. We've also ramped up conversations with Raphael and his group with DOT with the goal of using the mapping tool, taking a high level look at some of the high fire severity zones in the county, one way in, one way out areas, projects that are funded by outside agencies, projects that our office has in the works, and projects that they have, and trying to avoid duplications of efforts, but really trying to collaborate and plan future projects that utilize resources the most efficient way. And then also exploring additional funding to partner with DOT to either bolster their current roadside vegetation management program or fund additional projects. And then also working with the Transportation Commission and SOFAR Steering Committee on coordination opportunities as they arise. And this one's exciting.
It is.
As you mentioned this morning, your board, the county was awarded and your board accepted grant fund under the California Wildfire Mitigation Program for phase 1 of a pilot program in California. And it's one of 6 in the state. And this will be a demonstration project focusing on defensible space, home hardening, and hazardous vegetation removal. And this is in the Weber Creek area south of Highway 50. So as I said, it was the acceptance of phase 1. So the project is broken into 2 phases. Phase 1 includes environmental clearance, public outreach, and conducting home assessments. And this will be, we're still trying to iron out all the details, work through tasks, and identify resources. But both phases, a combination of staff time and outside consultants or contractors. So phase 1, the award amount was approximately 1.4 million. It's anticipated that it'll span approximately 20 months, hoping a little faster, but we really won't know until we dive into it. And then working right now to initiate the consultant selection process of bidding the contracts and begin that environmental clearance work. And then, let's see, phase 2, this will be where the exciting part comes in. So once we work through phase 1, get all the parcels cleared and then approved by FEMA, we can actually get the boots on the ground. And it's the implementation of defensible space clearing and home hardening work. And we're anticipating spring of 2025 for this award date, but it's contingent upon how quickly phase 1 gets completed and approved. And the amount for phase 2 is approximately 23.5 million. And a shorter timeline on that one, though there does appear to be, we're hopeful at least, for some flexibility on term. Both FEMA, CalES, and this whole California wildfire mitigation program are really looking to see these projects be successful. So we're excited about that. So it's a total of 25 million for defensible space and home hardening for 525 homes in that project area. So as I mentioned, we're kind of coordinating with DOT on projects, hoping to see if there's a way to do some roadside vegetation management in this project area as well to make it one complete project. And then just grant funding in general, as this is part of the wildfire strategy. We do have a pending grant application for expanding defensible space funding and activities. And then our office will continue to explore additional grant opportunities for projects or efforts that are consistent with OWOPR and the county's objectives as they become available. And with that, I'll let Sue answer any questions. Just kidding.
There you go. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it, boy. And once again, congratulations on this $25 million grant. This is just significant opportunity for us. And none of this would have been possible without your robust collaboration and coordination in establishing this office. So just well done, and just really excited to see what this will do for our county. I'm sure the board has some questions. I see some. Let me just circle back around to the question that was asked at open forum. And today you're looking for direction. Let's see, on if the board has any changes or, on this plan. So just note the boards, they are looking for direction, but as noted, as we all know, fire insurance is a critical area for our homeowners. It's just not affordable and it's not available. Does this coordination group see any opportunity to engage on a state policy level to move the needle on homeowners having access to insurance that is affordable? Is there any opportunity here with this group?
Yes, I think there's certainly opportunity to engage. We have had the Office of the State Fire Marshal heavily engaged in our defensible space work group. So at the meetings that we've been having twice monthly, again as well, we have had representatives from their office there at every meeting. And so they're well aware, acutely aware of the issues all over the state regarding insurance. And so we will continue to do what we can and engage at the state level. I think what our goal is and has been, though, however, is to make our communities better adapted to wildfire, and not because insurance rates have gone up or for any other reason other than to save lives and property. So I think that's what we're trying to focus on, and that's our goal, and that's what we're going to try to do. Hopefully that eventually may impact some of the availability of insurance, but I think the reality with the insurance issue is that it goes well beyond what is happening on my street or your street. I mean, there are bigger issues. There is inflation that is also factoring into this. So, I mean, as much defensible space and home hardening as we do, we're not going to address the inflation problems that are making it more expensive to rebuild for insurers. We're not going to be able to address, through these efforts, the reinsurance problem. So it is a much more complex problem that I think spans a lot more than we can tackle within this span. So we're going to absolutely adhere to that mission of making our first and foremost, making our communities safer. And then as we're doing that, taking those opportunities to engage at the state level as we can, to tell our story, to try to help advocate for our communities when work is done. I know there was a question about, how do we tell the insurance companies, how do we tell the state that, we've done work in our community and we've made it safer? And so a big piece of that is what inspired the data mapping tool that we spoke about earlier. So the idea is get all those projects in one place, get them in an area where we can actually tell a story. Excellent. And hopefully that makes an impact at some level. So we'll keep engaging as much as we can, but I don't think there's a quick solution to that. And it's not going to be easy. I think a lot of those, as I said, are market forces that are sort of out of our control. But I think if we focus on what we can do here locally to try to do the best we can to show, that we're not as big a risk. Now the costs and everything, those will have to be addressed somewhere else, but all that we can try to do is reduce the risk.
That's a really helpful explanation. Thank you so much.
Can I piggyback on that?
Sure.
Slide 8, going back to policy, it says evaluate and provide feedback. Federal, state, and local legislation and policy. Have we provided any feedback on state legislation in particular relative to this matter? And if so, how does the board get access to that? Because we're talking to our state senators, we're talking to our assemblymen. How do we know what you're telling them is consistent with what we're telling them?
So we haven't engaged in any kind of formal discussion with them. If we were going to support or oppose or propose legislation, that would all come up through the board, through the recommendations of this group.
All right.
And it's certainly an area where we could be more active. We have been focusing in these other areas with, making the community safer, but certainly we can become more active in that realm. I know that Supervisors Hydal and Turnbull, I think you've met with the commissioner a number of times, and we're always here when you come back from those meetings. If there's something you want us to engage in, we're happy to hear that and engage with you. But if the board would like, that's something we could try to make a greater priority to focus on with that. Take that back to the coordination group and have a discussion about how we can do that.
Very frustrating, trust me.
Right.
Yeah. Let
me just finish up. The insurance commissioners proposed discounts for certain levels of home hardening and stuff. I don't think anybody knows what those are, when they're going to become available. It just seems like the communication breaks down somewhere. At least I haven't seen it, and I've been looking for them. So how do we make sure that once those things are defined, we get that information distributed to our public so they know what they can ask from their insurance carrier? I should be getting a discount because we've got this in place now, right? Those types of things.
And it is a challenge following those, the sound bites and the talking points, and then they have to make their way into regulations somehow. So it is a little bit of a challenge to follow all that. But again, I can take it back to the coordination group, and we can certainly discuss how we might have a more formalized effort around that, and then be able to report back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and just to piggyback on that, RCRC did start up another ad hoc on homeowners insurance. We did one in 2019. And we have a meeting, I think in October, again with the insurance commissioner. So I can definitely, use the tool. I was just playing with your map while Tom was talking. Sorry, I love maps. And it looks like a really good tool to show the efforts that we've done countywide to be resilient, which is what we're hearing the insurance companies want. So I'll definitely bring that. And if you guys think of anything else you want me to bring with in this conversation, let me know. We just feel like a broken record. And honestly, I appreciate you saying it like it is, Sue. They are sound bites.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
That's what they are.
Yeah.
Political,
Yeah.
Exactly.
whatever you want, rhetoric or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Thank you for
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
Supervisor Turnbull, did you?
Yeah,
have a
just
question
one,
or
there's a
comment?
couple of questions. One of the things is, if you guys partners with Fish and Game, because we've had a lot of problems. Good example, Cameron Park. We have a lot of debris and everything in those ditches, those drainage ditches behind these homes. And they can't mitigate any of those ditches because Fish and Game. They have to have a study. They have to go through CEQA and all this stuff just to remove the debris from behind their house. And we need to push back a little bit on that, because there's a problem there. One particular person ended up cleaning their ditch behind their property, and they got fined $20,000 from Fish and Game. So we need to work on that and try to solve that problem. And I think they need to be a part of the stakeholders. They really do. One of the things is I went down and testified in the Western Caucus of Natural Resources. And I testified on Grizzly Flat and the Caldor Fire. And one of the big issues there is because of these projects are not getting completed by the Forest Service. That one particular project, the Trestle project, was started in 2014. Only 14% was even completed. And it was supposed to be completed by 2021. If that project was already identified, if they didn't do that project, they would have lost Grizzly Flat. Well, what happened? The project didn't get completed. Grizzly Flat burned. So there's been a lot of issues on that, and we need to make sure that they step up and make sure that these projects get completed, especially when they start them. We had the same thing with the Vulcan project. Now the Vulcan project's being done, even though after a fire went through, Volcanoville. And the same thing with the Trestle project. It's completed because of the Caldor fire. So there's a lot of things there. And talking about insurance, it's crazy. The fair plan is not a fair plan. I had a winery out there that had $104,000 went up because of high brush area. And guess why? Because BLM land next door was the problem because of all the brush on the BLM property impacted their winery. So, and like he was talking about, we have so many roads that are one way in, and that is it. And we got to be able to address that mitigation on that problems, because you got Outingdale, for example, you have, the road that he lives on, we got Hanks Exchange and Oak Hill Road. Some of those roads they're bad, they're really, really bad. And we need to address those problems to make sure that we don't have these horrific fires, especially start up. So I would like to see what we can do to address that. But the insurance is a big thing. And I've got a meeting next week with McClintock's office, and actually the assistant, Ricardo Laurel's, he's just under him. I think his assistant. I got a meeting with them to address these problems. And even if we have to take and have a higher deductible to bring these insurance down so people can afford to live here in California.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
All right. So, actually, we'll do public comment in just a second. Yes.
I had one quick one.
Supervisor Heidel.
On slide 18, you talked about the Weber Creek pilot project and home hardening. Does that include replacement of siding where it's not fire resistant, or roofing, or that sort of, are these major capital investments at all? Or is it very minor things that you do to prevent embers getting into the attic space, et cetera? What level do we go to in terms of funding home hardening on a private residence?
So with this one, each of these residences is going to have up to a certain amount of funding available.
Okay.
And they're going to vary. Some of these houses were built back in the 70s, some of them more current. So they're going to vary property by property. So when they actually go out and do the assessments and recommendations, that contractor or staff will bring it back to our office. And then we'll review everything, the recommendations, costs, and then work with the homeowner to determine which elements they want to do. So like you mentioned, siding, it could be roofing, windows, vents, but recognizing that we only have a certain dollar amount for each home. So hopefully that complements what they have available to take on some of these home hardening efforts.
Okay, but there's no sharing requirement, right? So if you replace your siding, you might just replace one side where you think you got the exposure and not the rest of it. And that would all be on the cost of this particular grant money?
I believe it would have to be the whole home, but based on the assessment that's completed for each of these.
I'm just a little concerned with gift of public funds at some level, right? Where you increase the property value of a given resident. We just need to be cautious we don't get into that space.
I would have think we got this grant program based on that, project.
Yeah.
Project.
That's
so,
its purpose. So
yeah,
that's
it's the
what
purpose
makes
of it.
sense.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I agree to some level, but we have to be smart about how we do it.
Well,
That's all.
Sure we are. That.
So there is, and I think I want to recognize the fact that there now is public money and being used to do this work on private land, because that was part of the challenge when the Defensible Space Ordinance was first adopted in 2019. And I know I was probably one of them asking, well, how are people going to be able to afford to do all this? And we looked into grants at that point in time, and there was no, there was very much the feeling like you can't use public money to do this work on private land. I think the recognition is, as we're hearing from people and their concerns about their neighbor's property, is the public benefit from, making these communities more resilient maybe outweighs and maybe justifies this investment into these communities. That's why the federal government and, we're seeing CAL FIRE and other federal funding agencies be more open to this type of work on private property, is that recognition that there is a public good involved here. And so there is a cap per household. I think it's $40,000 for the home
Okay.
hardening.
Okay.
And we can only do home hardening if we also do defensible space. So you're then also protecting that investment in that way. So I agree. It sounds counterintuitive to be using public money to do this work on the private property, but it gets right back to, the issue that we all identified initially with this need for defensible public space is the struggle for citizens to be able to
Right.
afford it.
Prevailing wage enters into this or not?
No.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That 40,000 will go a lot further. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, the fact that it's one of 6 projects in California is incredible. Look forward to seeing how this moves forward. That's incredible work. All right, I think let's take public comment on this item. Thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment on item number 34. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, come on down.
Yeah, thank you for hearing me again. Again, my name is Alan Gendron. I did speak to Supervisor Turnbull, and he gave me direction on certain things. It doesn't sound like you guys have this. This is from the Cal Fair Plan. And I got this a month before my bill arrived. And this is called a notice of use of wildfire risk model or consideration of mitigation factors. And I called them and I said, well, you gave me something that might as well be in Chinese. It doesn't mean anything to me. What's this mean? And she goes, well, there's mitigating factors. You're going to be able to reduce your insurance costs and that kind of thing. And I said, well, when are they coming out? Why wouldn't you, before you send us a bill, figure out what we need to mitigate our properties with respect to wildfire? She couldn't tell me. They have no idea. But they sent this out, and I'll give you copies of it. You can have it. It's a list: wildfire premium, wildfire risk score, fuels and surrounding area score, slope score, access score, fuel at property score. But no one knows what this means. It's just a bunch of numbers on a sheet of paper. So I'd like you to look at that. And the numbers that they give you in terms of what your premium is, it's not right. They gave me a premium number and it was $2,000 more than what they put on this document. So they cite a 10 CCR 2644.9 is what they're citing in here. I'm not sure what that means either, but it's a clause in whatever. The thing is these are the same people who canceled everybody, all the same companies. And all they did was cancel the people, got together as a group and increased the prices. That's all they did. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the boardroom? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board. So once again, let's clarify for the public, how do homeowners know what to do on their property and for terms of defensible space? Is our website the best resource for that?
They can certainly go to our website. CAL FIRE also has a lot of resources ready for wildfire.org, .org or .gov. .org. So they've got diagrams and spacing and all that kind of thing. You can always call our office and we can get you hooked up with someone to come out and look at your property and help you understand what it is that you need to do. We're happy to do that. We've got lots of information we can hand out as well. We've got great resources that the Fire Safe Council has put together for us. So you can get in touch with us and we're more than happy to help.
Excellent. Thank you.
And Supervisor, I'll emphasize that the Fire Safe Councils, as Tom said, we've trained almost 70 Fire Safe Council members in how to do defensible space and home hardening assessments. And each of the Fire Safe Councils are prime and ready to go. And so I would just encourage our community members call, but reach out, email the Fire Safe Council. We'll get you connected up with somebody and they'll come out. It's completely voluntary, but they'll, if you're they'll spend hours with you talking about what they can help with. So
That's incredible.
encourage that.
Once again, so immensely proud of all your efforts and so grateful for your willingness to spend your time to really move our community forward and make it resilient for wildfire, which is to the best of our abilities. Just really incredibly grateful for your work. So the direction I heard from our board was to potentially look at how we can better educate our residents on potential opportunities for affordable insurance, whether it's on our website or resources, and I certainly the Fire Safe Councils, recognizing that's a critical area, also recognizing that it is a larger, area outside of your immediate purview, but a piece of this puzzle. Any other direction from the
I
board?
think we need to look into fishing game, see what they could do to
Okay.
help us, mitigate some of these problems.
The ability for folks
Right.
to
Yeah.
do vegetation management in our streams and creeks.
Yeah, especially when it comes to, just a seasonal ditch is what it is.
Okay.
And ultimately, we need to define who has the enforcement responsibility for these things.
Yeah.
We have PRC 4291 and other things at play here, and it's not just the county that is responsible for enforcement. So when somebody calls in with a question, we need to make sure that they understand if you really want this to be enforced, who you contact, right? And that's probably a tough question to answer.
And then making sure that these projects, if the Forest Service has projects, to make sure that they get it done in a timely manner. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna probably add one because I'm a broken record. You guys are, I bet you can guess what I'm gonna say. But I think that now that you've got your plan, you've got your teams together, it's time to pull together some consistent messaging that we can all distribute. So
Right.
kind of like the questions that Supervisor Thomas said, if you could pull that into a concise message for us, hey, it's time to look at your defensible space. Here's the resource link to call or to look at if you want to look up yourself. Some people don't do internet so well, they want to talk to somebody. Here's a phone number you can call, but I think it's go time for that, get some messaging so that we're all putting in our newsletters, because I think we all have one. Carla does a great job with our social media and, get the county, everybody looking at this. This is a good time to do that.
I know it's part of their work plan, but link us
It's
in
like,
too.
but I'm trying to say like, link us in, so we're all on the same page. Cause like what I heard you say, I'm like going, okay, now we could all craft that message different.
That's true.
And that would be disastrous. So it'd be better if you fed us stuff, feed us good messaging. That'd be awesome.
I like that.
We can do that through our website and our public outreach committee working group with Chief Hogue there. They are developing messaging and kind of a bank of information that we can push out. And so we can certainly put on that list to ping all of you with material to feed your newsletter.
That'd be great. Thank you.
If I could have one quick go back.
Yeah, sure.
One quick go back. I'm sorry, he was behind me on this side of the room. I want to give a shout out to Chief Johnson and also to Chief Stephen, Captain Goldberg on the Lake Valley side. So they have agreed to do contract with us for defensible space inspections again in our county emphasis areas again this year. So they have been conducting the public workshops. And so just appreciate that partnership very, very much and working with their defensible space inspectors. So I didn't want to forget you back there.
Great, thank you for that. All right, so with that, the board will entertain a motion
I'll make a motion that we move and approve.
with the
addition-
direction
addition
given by the
noted, yeah.
board.
Or laundry list of
Yeah,
directions.
laundry list.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So thank you again for your efforts. and
Excellent
look forward
work.
to your ongoing engagement.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Ken.
it.
Appreciate it.
Excellent. All right, good stuff. All right, so with that, we have item number 35, CAO.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Go ahead and read it, Kim.
Item 35 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, one, receive an update from staff regarding prior board direction to hire a consultant to assess the roles and responsibility of the county's emergency preparedness, operations, response, and recovery. And two, provide direction to staff whether to hire a consultant or discontinue the pursuit of hiring a consultant and instead return to the board within 60 days with a proposed organizational structure and staffing plan.
All right.
That's you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to take this one. Thank you,
Excellent.
Kim. So I wanted the board to hear this item after the item that you just heard because I wanted to demonstrate to the board that staff are and our collaborators are in fact thinking system-wide. And I wanted you to see the level of commitment and coordination and collaboration that is happening around disaster preparedness, response, and recovery. So if the board recalls, in February of this year, you directed staff to identify a consultant to work in collaboration with the CAO's office and the sheriff's office to better understand the roles, responsibilities of the county's emergency preparedness, operations, response, I'm just citing the actual motion, and recovery, and to return to the board within 6 months with a consultant contract for board approval. So pursuant to that direction, staff set about information gathering and meeting with county departments and agencies that engage in kind of all things county disaster response. And through those efforts, we quickly realized that the roles and responsibilities, functions, overlaps, gaps in the county's emergency preparedness, operations, response, and recovery efforts, they're really actually quite well understood. And not only were they were understood, but there was an openness, which I so appreciate, and a commitment of staff to improve upon and apply what we have heard both from board members and also what we've learned from the numerous emergencies that county has responded to in the last few years. So with that, we believe that frankly, with just a few modifications and some minimal staffing augmentations, that we can fill the gaps and achieve what the board is looking for and really provide a good product and system for our citizens. And so just briefly, we were recommending the board direct staff to discontinue the pursuit of a consultant contract and instead return within 60 days with an updated organizational structure and staffing plan to enhance the delivery of the county's emergency preparedness, response, and recovery services.
Excellent. Thank you. I agree. It was very timely after the last message, after the
Yeah,
last agenda item.
perfect.
So Supervisor Farland.
Yeah, I am just really pleased to hear this, that the conversations kind of just grew out of looking at what we needed to assess. And that it actually sounds like it kind of just bubbled up naturally in conversations, and folks already had been thinking about what we needed to do to fill those gaps and increase our collaboration. So I appreciate you bringing this back. And when we're all said and done, I would love to make the motion because I kind of like started the conversation and it was really a hard conversation to start, but I think we've landed in such a great place. And so thank you for doing that and pulling all the folks together.
Excellent. There really is a silver lining from all the
Yeah.
dark experiences we've walked through, isn't it? And-
Yes, very much
and
so.
I agree with you. There seems to be and is a whole new level of collaboration within the county, which is really, really wonderful and something to build on. Yes. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I think the addition of full-time fire representative or local fire districts involved with some of this planning makes a big difference because they have a different set of eyes and a different experience than what, our law enforcement. Sure, everybody does a great job within their boundaries, but we need to look at more than just one set of boundaries. So I think this makes it much more holistic. I think it focuses in the right direction. And with that, we're getting a lot more collaboration from everybody else because they recognize it's not about what organization does it. It's about yielding results that really make a difference over the long haul. And I think this is excellent. And I'm very proud of our agencies that have stood up and decided we're going to do the handshake thing and we're going to bring this up to the next level and just keep it going. That's huge. So,
Excellent.
yeah.
Thank you. Any other further board comments before? we
Yeah, I
take
just
public
think it
comment?
was a pretty good meeting I had with the sheriff and the undersheriff, and Tiffany was there and stuff to try to address some of the problems and the issues that were, and I think we worked on that. I think we solved it, so.
Great, let's take board comment on this.
Now taking public comment on item number 35. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in the board chambers? Excellent. Good afternoon, Chief Johnson.
Good afternoon, Supervisor CAO Schmidt. I'm Maurice Johnson, Fire Chief, El Dorado Hills Fire Department, and I am proud to stand before you today because I think this is a very, very important topic. You know, we all have our different disciplines, and whenever an emergency happens, we all get together and we figure it out. But I think where we are all trying to get is a more proactive stance and start doing that coordination and collaboration before the emergency happens. This is a perfect opportunity to do just that. So over and above handling the emergency, but the training, the planning, everything that goes, the logistics, everything that goes with that is extremely important as well. So I'd say kudos to Sheriff Lykoff. He's been a great partner. It's been a great friendship and he's growing every day. Lieutenant Morton, who's here in the room as well. You know, Carl has been amazing, Chief Lilienthal. And so really talking about these things and what can we do? What are others doing out there? What's been effective? What do we want to stay away from? We've had, you know, a lot of those conversations. And I do also just want to say, you know, thank you to CAO Schmidt for having an open mind. And I know Sue is still in the room and Sue as well for thinking about this. It's not something new. It's new to us. And it's our opportunity to take OES and take emergency preparedness to that next level and be more proactive rather than reactive. I'm very, very excited about the opportunity for our county to move forward. I can't wait to see the fruits of the labor that comes from this collaboration that protect our citizens, and I'm 100% behind it. We've talked to the Fire Chiefs Association. They are 100% on board as well. So I just want to say thank you again for taking this proactive step.
Well said, Chief Johnson.
Should
Thank
you choose to do that.
Seems like we're a sure thing here.
That's it, yeah,
Thank you
sounding
so
good.
much. Any other comments in the room? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There appears to be no additional public comment.
Just so darn proud of our county. Where
Go
we're
ahead,
going.
Maureen.
Well, we've just
Done.
made so much progress. Excellent. So
Any,
with that,
yeah, any further discussion?
No, I
questions?
think it's fantastic.
All right, we'll
So-
turn it
All
over to
right.
you, Supervisor Parlin.
So with that, and it's a prepared statement and I sent it to Kim, so we're all good. So I move to rescind the board's prior direction to hire an outside consultant to assess the county's operations regarding emergency preparedness, response, and recovery, and return to the board within 60 days with a proposed organizational structure and staffing plan that enhances the delivery of those services.
We'll
I'll
second that.
second it. Okay.
All right. Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
That's wonderful. Wonderful item. All right, item number 36. We're getting through this.
Item number 36 comes from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board, 1, consider the following regarding agreement for services with Interface Children and Family Services for the provision of County 211 service. A, make findings that the provision of 211 information and referral services provided by a contractor are in the public's best interest and that there are specialty skills, qualifications, and equipment not expressly identified in county classifications. B, approve and authorize the chair to sign the amendment. C, authorize the purchasing agent to execute amendments. And D, authorize the HHA director or assistant director of administration and finance to execute programmatic, administrative, and fiscal documents related to the agreement. And 2, provide direction to staff to either issue a request for proposal to contract for 211 services with an outside provider, develop a plan to provide 211 services with the county resources or other direction.
That was a mouthful. Thank you.
Glad you
Well
read
said.
that.
Good afternoon, Olivia.
Good afternoon, Olivia Byron Sharon Cooper, Interim Director of the Health and Human Services Agency. Big day for all of you. This should be quick. I am here today to discuss our contract with Interface Children and Family Services Incorporated for the provision of the County 211 services, which essentially serves as an operator system for the county, directing callers to different resources within the county. Our current contract expires on the 31st of this month, and we are requesting direction on how we as a county would like to move forward. I see two options, but I'm open to others. The first option I see is to issue an RFP to contract for 211 services with an outside provider. The second option I see is to bring the function into county operations by staffing with an existing or new position and scaling up during disasters by potentially pulling in disaster service workers to serve as a call center. Either option will require time, so we are requesting that you approve extending the term by 90 days. I have some data to help inform your decision. On average, we receive 6 calls per day outside of a disaster. 9 calls per day is the average during a disaster. For example, 81 total calls were made during the Caldor fire. Approximately 1 call per 24-hour period occurs after hours. 33% of the calls are abandoned with a wait time spanning from 3 to 35 minutes, depending on what's going on. So the 35 minutes is during disaster times. And so that kind of gives you an idea of the impact of what would be had if we were to bring the function internal.
Well, thank you,
Yeah,
Olivia.
you're
My
welcome.
goodness. All right. I saw county council's button. False alarm. I was like, whoa.
Dave, that was
David
funny.
wants to speak. All right.
Keeping us on our toes.
All right. So it's that false alarm.
Tiffany
Supervisor
did that on
Perlin.
purpose on you. You know that.
We're just seeing if he's awake over there.
See if I'm awake.
So Olivia, thank you for bringing this. I think most of you know, I've asked many times over the years. First, it was because the county we had a not so hot agreement for 211, and we talked about it and we thought, well, if we beef it up to the higher level of service that our but dollars would go better and our community would be better served. And for whatever reason, 211 is just not a good fit for our county. It just was almost useless. It was almost actually detrimental during the mosquito fire. It felt like the 211 had different, or they were behind on the information that I was able to get out of. There's Carla right there. So I would strongly suggest that we, for $100,000 about a year, that we take those $100,000 and look at doing a live person that really knows our county, is somebody local that can field questions. And also I think that's a good opportunity to get that number out when it's not an emergency. So when we have the emergency, people already know the number, because that was another issue with 211 is we kept trying to give it to people when there was an emergency and they had no phone, they were in a car because they were evacuating. So, getting these things in place, kind of what we just talked about in our prior item, planning ahead, we can get our residents used to whatever number it is. And then during an actual emergency, my understanding is we can phone bank it up.
Yeah.
So I love that idea, and I appreciate you really bringing us real data. I was like, wow, that was dismal. So thank you. We can do much better with our $100,000.
I don't know, 6 calls a day. I don't know.
Ah, okay, you know what? I think I want that job.
Too funny. Supervisor Heidel.
I agree with, in general, the comment, but I'm not sure that we want to abandon the 211 dial-up. I just think it comes direct if we can make that happen. I mean, otherwise, what are we going to do? 0911 or something? I mean, how are we going to make sure that people have in their mind who they're going to call if they're trying to reach somebody in-house? Trying to remember 530-621. What was that number?
How do we get a phone number out there?
That's
instead?
not
Yeah.
effective. So how do we make it simple for them to know what to call?
Good question.
But I think bringing the resource internally is the right answer. And like I said, when you have a disaster, you staff it up, right?
Yeah.
It's a surge thing. So you come in when you need additional help and people do it. So great idea. I think the concept is great. I think we just need to work on how we make it easy for people to know who they're gonna, what number to call to reach the
Yeah,
person
you're-
that's gonna be
yeah.
able to give them information. right?
Absolutely. And maybe we can just get an easy phone number with an easy last 4 digits or something, you know, meaningful, but.
Area codes, I'm not sure you can do that. You'd always
Well,
have to go.
that's,
That would be for
that's
staff
in
to
the,
look
yeah,
into
staff
to-
can look into
Right.
Good
that.
point.
But
Supervisor
yeah,
Arnold.
Right.
yeah.
That's the only caveat I put on, just abandoning the 211. That may be the better choice.
We can't
when it's all
keep
said and
211
done.
and redirect it, can we?
I don't believe.
I don't,
so.
think- I don't
That's
think
probably
so. So
right.
that's kind of my point is,
Okay.
but if we can find a number that's easy to remember or
Good point.
something, that'd be great.
All right, all
Yeah,
right.
I hear you.
Okay, good. All right. Any other questions before I do mine? Okay,
I have a quick one.
absolutely.
I'm just not familiar with 211 and what is even provided, and I can skip around, but it doesn't really specifically say what. So can you give me like an example of calls that you would get and
Sure,
what
so-
are people asking for?
Yes, the majority of calls, let's see, I actually have data here. So 53% of calls over the entire span of the contract were related to COVID.
Okay.
19% were related to homeless, and the rest were general assistance. It also has a website function, although I want to remind you that we're updating our countywide website, so we could serve in this capacity as well. The most common search on the websites were for first-time home buyers, loans, and divorce records. They also have a text function, which really hasn't been taken advantage of.
Okay.
There's very little data around the text function of 211.
Mm. Yeah, and I'm thinking as you're talking about whether or not you can keep the number or not, that was the first thing I was thinking of is we're kind of going away from those kind of calls and more to something more friendly, which sounds weird that friendly would be now on our phones, but texting is a lot easier and quicker to do.
Yes.
So I
Yeah.
think we might want to lean in that direction
That's an
even
important
more than
consideration,
in the
yeah.
phone direction, yeah.
Rather than just having
A phone number,
Right.
yeah.
Right. Isn't an app. instead
one
of
that
a-
could take
instead of a phone number.
texting.
Yeah, and I think that there are probably all kinds of solutions that are out there
Yeah.
to meet our needs. We just need to look.
Yeah.
So will you be exploring that or your staff or do we know that yet?
I don't know that we've decided that yet. I'm
But
happy to
somebody's
help.
going to. Oh, CAO has an idea.
Honestly, this all folds into our broader discussions around
It
emergency
does.
preparedness.
Mhm.
So I think the CAO's office will have a large part in finding the solution in coordination, of course, with HHSA and our PIO sitting back there because she knows that this is going to be
That's
one of the
sad.
things that
That
she's
makes
looking
sense.
into.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
that totally makes sense. And then to just throw it out there, the hubs have a number too now that we were all sent. I think you guys all got that. So, and it's for services and it also, it's call or text. So I don't know if we want to just build off of that since we're trying to build the hub services and it's all about service. I'm just saying,
Maybe.
if we're trying to, get a number that's consistent for people, maybe that's a way to go or whatever, but it's out there and we're building, but, and I like the text versus call feature too, especially during emergencies. Some people are, if they're remote, they're losing cell service and often a text can get through where a
True,
call just
right.
cannot.
It's true.
All you need is a blip of cell service for a text. So that's a really good thought. I'm glad you thought of that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess the question I had is how did we effectively handle community questions during the Caldor and the mosquito? And was it through OES with our PIO embedded in it, or was it by a different means? And do we want to look at through, as this new initiative, kind of expanding that model? So it's all ready to
Oh,
go.
no, we don't want that model.
I mean, so just a question on how, what was effective during the Caldor and the mosquito and how can we build on that?
So Carla can probably take the what was effective, but based on, depending on how much detail you want. But we are, and this is with Lieutenant Morton's forward thinking, we are already building and have already built a bank of disaster service workers. So historically it was, oh my gosh,
you know, we need 20 people to help man the phones during the winter storms of 2023 because so many people were calling in about snow on their roof. And so, and everyone was wonderful and they accommodated it. We got it in there. But again, going back to that proactive approach, we're in the process of identifying the DSWs now, disaster service workers, providing them with the adequate training now. And so, as Olivia noted, we can just scale up as we need to with our internal resources.
Oh, that is fabulous.
Great. I think that answers my question. And I agree that we just want to look at our options and agree with you that we can find a better model. Thanks.
You're saying we need a 90-day extension. Is that what you're saying?
We do.
Okay. That's
In order to not have a gap in service.
That seems very doable. All right. Any other further discussion before we go to public comment? Thank you, Olivia, for bringing this to us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Olivia.
All right, let's take public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 36. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There is no public comment.
All right, excellent. Move this back to the board for action or further discussion
I'll move and approve.
with the 90, including the
With a
90-day
90-day
extension.
Yes.
All right,
So 90-day extension, then let it expire and look at alternative.
Right.
Alternative.
Come back to the
alternatives.
board with the plan of what that alternative is.
There it
within
is.
the
There it
90
is. Yeah,
days,
I'm like,
right?
sounds good. All right. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Heidel seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So excellent. Thank you so much, Olivia.
Thanks, Olivia.
Good stuff. All right. Hey, we are making up time.
Okay, so if it's gonna work out, you can throw things back on. I'm good with that. I just didn't want to go
No.
till 7 tonight. that's
I
all.
agree. I think we'll get you out of there and home.
We
for-
promise.
What would be your preference? CEO proclamation policy or jurisdictional reorganization?
Well, let's do the proclamation policy, but I'm sensitive to the time. So 3 o'clock is when we have a couple of,
Right. I think we can do this.
I
in
think
20
we can
minutes.
do this
Can we?
quick.
Yes,
I
we can do
do.
it.
It
Yeah,
should be
okay,
fast.
let's do it because once again, we're asking for direction. All right. So Allison, welcome. Delighted to have you here. Actually, Kim, go ahead and read this into the record. Item number 32.
Item 32 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board direct staff to develop a policy regarding proclamations and return to the board within 90 days with a recommendation regarding the same.
All right, Allison Winter. I work in the CEO's office. So I have item 32. It's in response to the board's discussion on July 18th, 2023 regarding proclamations and any policies related to them. The board currently does not have any policies for proclamations, and this item would allow your board to provide direction to staff to develop that policy and include whatever content you guys are looking for.
All right, excellent. So in the staff report, there's some guidance on questions that we might like to answer, provide direction on. So who would like to go first in terms of their thoughts on a proclamation policy for our county?
The stuff that's suggested in here was pretty good, I thought.
Yeah, that was pretty inclusive. So.
Yeah, I didn't come up with anything
No, I
more.
didn't either.
Okay,
So I think it's pretty cut and dry, so.
All right, well, I'll jump in here. So I'd like knowing perhaps what other jurisdictions are doing. I think that will be helpful. My initial thought on proclamations is less is more.
Yes.
And I kind of like the thought of separating the ceremonial from educational, because technically proclamations fall into, one or two categories. I'd also like, us all to consider that there are other mechanisms to celebrate or educate. For example, rather than a proclamation, using certificates of recognition or appreciation, depending on what it is, whether if it's someone specific in our office that we would like to honor, that can be each district office can offer a certificate of appreciation or recognition that doesn't have to go through the board. If it's something that's appropriate countywide, then that's another mechanism that we can use rather than a proclamation. I think the proclamations, can take us away from our core functions if they can get out of control. We've had that in the past where we've done a lot of proclamations, and it can distract us from the business at hand. And I think it's important that we not have personal agendas detract or derail us from our core function as county government. Generally, I think my initial thought is I would be in favor of proclamations that are actually read that mirror national holidays like Memorial Day, September 11th, and Veterans Day. I think those are, worth being united throughout our nation on those days that are sacred. I do tend to favor using the consent agenda for educational proclamations. You can always, make a comment. And if they're like the educational proclamations, I think would be more appropriate for the department to bring that forward. Like was on our consent calendar today, the prostate, cancer awareness from Health and Human Public Health. I think that's appropriate. So those are kind of my initial thoughts, but I would like to know what other jurisdictions are doing. So
Yeah, well, I guess I assumed that there would be some research to see what
Yes,
others,
yes.
so. And then just to throw that in there, we do have the annual Deputy Ishmael proclamation.
that is
you
one
know,
that is definitely.
And that
yes.
one, is unique to our
Yes.
county and special, and
I agree with that one. Yeah.
was in perpetuity.
Yes.
I said it right.
Yes.
That word does not come out after, it's not 3:00 yet. But yeah.
Thank you for
one.
that. That is absolutely one that we would,
Right, definitely.
recognize as well.
So there's several examples out there from other counties. I did some research and they vary a lot. So
I
it just
bet.
depends on where you want to go with it.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
But no, generally speaking, I think that you're spot on with where we were trying to go, and the certificates are handies, and maybe acknowledging the use of certificates could even be in the policy as a suggestion or something, just so we all are on the same page. It's always nice when you have something in writing to point to and kind of reminders for us if we look at the policies once in a while.
I like that.
Well, I'd like to just slide a note over to the CAO and just make it happen that way. But I think it's more important to say it out loud. And that is, I think if there's one thing we learned from a proclamation recently, it was hugely divisive in our community. And those are religious proclamations.
Oh, yeah.
And when we talk about who or what may be acknowledged in a proclamation, I think religious proclamations shouldn't be allowed.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we had agreement on that.
Yeah. Okay, good discussion. Any further discussion before we take public comment? All right, thank you, Allison. Appreciate this. All right, Kim, let's go to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, is there anyone in the boardroom who'd like to speak on this? I'm not seeing anyone.
Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Hi again, Leo Bennett, Koshan. Thank you so much, CAO, for putting this on the agenda. I applaud the conversation that's happened so far. Look forward to the collaboration around creating a policy for proclamations. Certainly agree with less is more. I respectfully disagree with using the consent. I like the idea that there's a hierarchy, and I think a proclamation should be something that's so significant that it should merit, like today, September 11th, where it's not on consent and you read it out. And I especially like the idea of it coming up from your department, using prostate survivor as an example, and a local connection, somebody local that could come receive it, something like that. And then I've mentioned this before, when you go through all this work, I'd love to see it on display somewhere in the board area. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thanks for your comments.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, we'll bring this back to the board for action. Let's see, it was recommending the board direct staff to develop a policy regarding the proclamation. of
So
Winter of the
moved.
Board. All right,
Second.
great. Any further discussion?
Under discussion. You guys always move so fast.
No,
It's hard to get
you did
in.
it right there, Perfect.
there,
We
yeah,
didn't
right
vote
there.
yet.
We
You're
got
good,
it.
go.
We're getting there. With regards to who may request a proclamation, I'm wondering if my colleagues would consider that if it's going to come from a board member, it should be at least 2 board members that bring it to the level of, does it get heard or not, so that we can't do 3, obviously, but at
Darn.
least 2. It dilutes the water a little bit and makes it a little bit more coming from a group from the board, as opposed to one individual board member who, I'm sure nobody on this board would do it, but kind of monopolizes that and is constantly throwing things up, to be considered. It's something that I just think is good practice.
We did that at the city council level.
We did too.
Yeah, cities
Even
tend to
with
do that.
items
yeah.
on the
We did
agenda.
too, We did
Yeah.
too, yeah.
With the exception of the national holiday recognition, and those kinds of things, right? That should still be the chair, or do you want 2 people to?
Yeah, no, I think the chair obviously always has that kind of authority.
Okay.
But I
Yeah.
think if it's coming from the other board members, there should be at least 2 signatures.
So the
to
chair
want
would
that.
do the normal annual, we have these annual ones,
Right.
we have a
And
list.
have
So
a
those
list,
are,
right.
those are typically from the chair, but
Yep.
beyond that, it should be from 2. That totally would give us
Makes sense.
some help, yeah, with that,
Great.
yeah.
Okay.
All right. Great. So we have a motion and a second on the table, and is our direction clear? Okay,
Yeah.
great. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No, motion carries unanimously. So thank you so much. All right, so it is almost 5 to 3. So let's go ahead and we'll take public comment in closed session. So let me make my little announcement here. So the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 37 through 40. Are we wanting to pull 38 definitely?
Given time constraints, I think that's fine.
Yes, okay.
So-
Great. So the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 37, 39, and 40 as specified on the agenda. So at this point, anyone who wishes to provide comments on any of those items may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 37, 39, and 40. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Carpenter. I'm with Wind Communities, and today I'm here on behalf of Windridge Investments. And I'm addressing you on item number 37 on your closed item agenda. As a follow-up to Project Frontier, which withdrew in the middle of May, the planning director adopted a determination that limited the uses that could be done in the research and development zoning district. And we have research and development zone property, and we thought it was a little unfair. So we filed an appeal of that determination. At the same time that we were working on that, we were working with community members, our neighbors of the property where Frontier once was. And we held a handful of community meetings, met with over 50 people at various times, trying to build some community support for what should go on that property. And what we learned during that period was transparency is very important, and finding a reliable source of information about that property. And so I've really tried to do that over the last 8 weeks. And what we heard was people were interested in seeing our Creekside Village project come back. It's a residential project that we'd originally proposed in 2020, but put on hold while Project Frontier went forward. And so we found ourselves in a tough spot where we have an appeal of the planning director determination. At the same time, we're trying to work on our housing project. And so we did work with staff over the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks on the planning director determination, and we proposed a tolling agreement. And what that does is it just holds status quo in time while on the appeal, while we move forward with our Creekside Village application and try to move that forward. And so during the pendency of the tolling agreement, we will not accept, or we won't process any sort of R&D application or anything like that. We'll only stick with our residential application. And at the same time, the planning director determination stays in place. And so the county doesn't have to be concerned about those uses. And so everything kind of just sits in place during that time. And so I'd just like to ask you to approve the tolling agreement, because I think it's a good place for all of us to land while we do the Creekside Village project. And I would ask you to just tell staff that you would like to see that our application, Creekside Village, move forward. Right now, staff is working very diligently and got us back up and going, and we're hoping to be back before the board before the end of next year. But, and we got a lot of work to do. But anyway, I just wanted you to know that we're working diligently on that. Staff's working with us, but just let them know it's important to keep it at the top of their stack. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Appreciate your comments.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There is no additional public comment.
All right. And now before we recess, are we expecting any report out?
It is possible, and it looks like if you were going to come back out for items to and from anyways, we can certainly provide any reports at that time.
And it will be the end of the day. Yeah, definitely. All right. Thank you. We will Oh, great. Good afternoon, El Dorado County. The board is back from closed session, and to that end, County Council, do we have any reportable action?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair. The board met in closed session and heard items 37, 39, and 40. Concerning item number 37, which was about the Wind Ridge Investments appeal of the planning director's determination dated June 12, 2023. On a 5-0 vote, the board authorized execution of a tolling agreement to extend the time period within which the appeal must be heard by the Planning Commission and to stay the running of the statute of limitations on any associated claim or litigation that Wind may later bring concerning that determination. A copy of the tolling agreement can be made available upon request following final execution thereof. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much. And we already have, what's the word? Continued, sorry, item number 33. So we're just at to and froms, and I believe you don't have anything?
I have two quick things, but I was promoting skipping them till next week.
We
But
don't
I'll
have a
just do
next
the-
week,
we don't-
so
Just the week after.
just do them, just do them.
All right. Just want to mention that Pollock Pines just unveiled Station 17 right off of Pony Express. It started out as being a shower remodel, and it turned into almost an entire building remodel. They've done a terrific job. It really looks nice. And the community of Pollock Pines needs to be congratulated for rallying around that need and helping with those costs. And then finally, I just want to thank the county, the CAO, and the HR for the barbecue that we held up in Tahoe on Friday. It was well received by those in attendance, and in typical Tahoe style, you know, there were we can work on the attendance part of it. So we will grow this program over time. Oh, but it was great. And so thank you.
It was a great gathering, and there were several department heads there. It was just a privilege to be up there and to see our South Lake Tahoe staff and break bread, and
our board chair was there. So
it was
thank
just a
you.
really
It was
lovely
fun.
day in a beautiful setting. And yeah, thank you so much for hosting us. Very good. HR and the wellness squad. They did an
Yes,
awesome,
the
awesome
wellness
job.
squad.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so last Wednesday, Lori and I met on the chili bar team and the ad hoc committee and looked at things. We basically found
Mike.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. We basically identified 5 things we could move out on pretty quickly by reevaluating where we were with things. Number 1 was demoing the house.
Which happened this morning.
So
It is gone, you guys. I got
Yes.
photos.
Oh my goodness.
So
I know.
the house is gone. That was part of it. What we felt was a necessary
Yeah.
thing to give us a clean
Yeah.
pad, do the restoration of what we needed in terms of any kind of retaining wall,
Mhm.
and really plan for a modular building that's designed for what our needs are and move on with it. And it all came down to what the cost would be if we had to do it, because we had to pay prevailing wage and just really, really expensive if the county had to take on, renovating that house. So
Sure.
it's demoed,
It's
almost
gone.
done. So second thing we emphasized was site boundary survey. We found that there was a bid. It came in high, but it included topographical definitions, which we already had from 2020. So we were able to say, we don't need to do those. Let's just emphasize the site boundaries. And we think we found a way to move that forward with the existing authorization they have. So, because it's important to know what our boundaries are. There's roadways out there that may be in conflict with what we've defined as the property. We've got to understand those. Are there easements, et cetera? So it's just understanding what that property is. The third thing we talked about was septic inspection. The existing septic had some damage done to it because they came in with a backhoe and tried to find where the lines are. But we've determined we can get somebody out there to really look at, is there a second storage tank that we're not aware of? And then what damage was done to the existing septic? Is there anything there that could be restored? Or are you starting all over? And we thought we could get that done fairly inexpensively too. So we have a determined information stream then of what that septic is. Fourth thing was define the stone exterior changes that we want to do for the store.
Oh, nice.
We recognized that in order to get the store up and running, we needed to do some changes outside. There's some remediation that has to be done relative to dry rot on the inside, but it's very minimal.
Mhm.
But try to get the store in as reasonable condition as we can for tenant improvements for the next spring. And that was kind of the last one, was planned for a spring type of opening where we could have the store up and running and start making some revenue and getting things going. The CAO may have something to add to this, but I thought it was really encouraging that we're able to find some ways to move forward as
Yeah.
opposed to we kept getting this kind of stalled with certain things.
We were
Let's
having
come back to the
Groundhog
board.
Day. It was like
We were.
Groundhog Day,
We
no
were.
more.
But we able to define some things and move forward, and demoing a house is a demonstration of what can happen with just a decision to move on it, right? So thanks to everybody involved with that. And then the other two things, several of us attended the Thursday on August 24th Tri-Chamber Legislative Reception.
Oh, yes.
I thought that was very well done.
very well.
Good discussions and stuff. Three major legislative leads were there, presented kind of their discussions, but it made it very clear to me that we need to continue to work very closely with our representative state senators and assembly representatives to try to get some of these changes we've talked about, including fire insurance, et cetera, et cetera. So that was kind of a building block to do that. And then on Monday, we all attended the strategic plan workshop, and I want to thank staff for how well conducted that. I thought Robert did a great job, and we're on the road to refining it and getting to the point where we can have a more open discussion with the public, but this is a public document subject to change, right? So that was it.
Yep.
Great.
Very
Thank
good.
you. Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that I had an interview with the media in actually Washington DC. So they're pushing to help us with the individual assistance for Grizzly Flats and the concerns of the people living in trailers and stuff. So they're addressing that. And I thought it was really good, especially from Washington DC, so they can make sure that they all know about it. Also, I did a tour on the 24th, a EDSO facility tour with assistant to Senator Dolly, Tanessa Adet, which she's also running for assembly too, coming up. And then the Tri-Chamber mixer, it was great. Just meeting different people and talking to different people and meeting all the different, our senators, state senator, she's totally awesome, I think. and
She is.
Working
I
together
agree.
with me
Yeah.
and some of the issues that we've had, which has been good. And then we also had the SOFAR meeting that we attended, Lori and I did. It
Oh,
was
the
a Zoom-
biomass-
yeah,
biomass working group.
Yeah, working group and stuff, and we're still moving forward with that. And then I had a thing, Legends Night, so I was there with the car, and it was kind of a cool thing, to go around the track a few times, so hot lap the car.
I
and
just
stuff
do
like
not understand going around in circles like that. What the what?
Well,
But
if you
anyway.
don't know, you don't know, I guess. I have to take you for a ride, Lori, that's all there is to it.
I like
so.
driving Highway 49.
So anyway, it was kind of fun, and there was a lot of good people that I haven't seen for years. Roger Colton's been a good friend of mine. We started racing the same age when we were 18 years old, and it was good seeing him again. So, so there was a lot of big names and stuff that have raced here for Roger Crockett. I don't know if you remember that name. Won many races here at Pottsville Speedway, which now lives in Idaho, and his son Roger is racing with the Outlaws all throughout the whole United States. So there's a lot of good people, It was really fun night, and I really enjoyed it. Then on the 28th, I had the new employee orientation.
Oh, yeah.
So that was really good. I enjoyed that, meeting the new people. that are
Always fun.
Working for a county, so it was good. And then last night I attended the McClintock public event. It was and actually I met Representative Jim Jordan, and he was there. I got to talk to him, got a picture. That guy is a character. I tell you, he is really funny, and he's short.
Really?
Sorry about that if you're hearing this. He is kind of short. So anyway, it was a great event, and it was good talking to him about all the different things that they're doing and they're pushing and stuff. So it was a great event. So anyway,
Thank you for that.
you're welcome.
Supervisor Pearland?
Yeah, lots of stuff, but the only thing I think that noteworthy for the board is Janelle Horn was the guest speaker at Taxpayers on Monday, and she just, as always, our staff does such a great job with their presentations at Taxpayers, and they're recorded if you're interested. So
Excellent.
yeah, it was very good.
Oh, well,
That's it.
kudos to Janelle. Wonderful. Just very briefly, can't believe that after this Labor Day weekend, harvest season will be beginning and it will be upon us. And just wanted to let the board and staff know that my office is working very closely with El Dorado County Transportation Commission, coordinating with Caltrans and DOT, working with staff and the growers on traffic concerns to get out messaging on the Caltrans public message boards, as well as helping the public know which exits to take to spread traffic out across the Apple Hill region to hopefully mitigate, backups as best we can. So we're just knee deep in the final collaboration on that. Really appreciate everyone working together on this and in conjunction with the city of Placerville. Also, tomorrow night at 5:30, I'm going to be hosting, just for anyone that's listening, a community meeting at 5:30 at Rainbow Orchards. And this is a follow-up to the Camino Beautification Survey that was sent out from my office, that we got almost 300 responses. So we're going through the survey results, and we'll have the artists there, and we'll be talking about the survey results, any other thoughts from the community, and next steps to move the Camino Beautification Project forward. So looking forward to that. So CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So no direct report, but if the board would indulge me for just a moment, I'd like to acknowledge a couple of employees.
Please.
Came through my inbox last week. It was from Director Martinez regarding a couple of his employees that had done some outstanding things during the last several months. And so he issued just kind of a letter of commendation, and maybe, I thought I wanted to do the same and kind of one up him, actually. It was just so nice. We, everyone, our staff do such amazing things. And it's not always easy. And so I just wanted to acknowledge two people here. So Jacob Zorn is a highway maintenance supervisor with DOT, and it was for his outstanding leadership efforts during the winter storms of 2022-23. He just showed, his great teamwork, pulling everyone together, long hours, tough job. So we have drafted a commendation letter. The chair, myself signed it. So we'll be sending that to Jacob. And then the other one was for Bob Richardson, who is a bridge maintenance supervisor with DOT. And that was for his outstanding leadership during the Mosquito Bridge maintenance effort. So I had a couple shout outs, and that's all I have to report.
I love.
Hopefully it becomes a tradition. We'll see.
Yeah, nice.
Well
very
done,
nice.
Raphael, for helping highlight our employees that have done exceptional work, and kudos to Jacob and Bob for your extraordinary efforts on behalf of our county. Deeply appreciated.
So consistent with our adjourning, I would like to propose that we adjourn in memory of the member of El Dorado Hills, if that's okay. Jim Hartley was a resident of El Dorado Hills for probably well over 30 years. He served on the El Dorado Hills Fire Department for 26 years as on the board of directors. He served for Metro Fire, Sac Metro Fire, before that for 31 years, and has been very, very active, very influential. I think a lot of us have met him in the discussions relative to some of the agreements we've had with the department. Is that he passed away of a fall. He hit his head, and unfortunately he didn't survive that. So he recently passed away. I'm sure there's going to be an obituary written and stuff. It wasn't available, but I would like to propose that we close in honor of Jim Hartley. He was just an outstanding member of our community and did so many things for us.
Thank you for that, and just our thoughts go out to his family at this difficult time.
Yeah, thank you.
So it is 4:51, and with that we are adjourned. So thank you, El Dorado County, for being with us today. We will see you back here on September 12th. Have a happy Labor Day week, happy and safe.
Safe,
Labor
yeah,
Day
safe
weekend.
Labor Day,
Yes. And don't wear white afterwards. Bye.